Do you like the way I appear from the light in this camera? Streaming during the day is crazy, man. Streaming during the day is kind of meta. Wait, I just realized I haven't put on the DVD thing on the screen. I'm a 0 out of 10 streamer. My god. Thank you for the alert, by the way. I'm 0 out of 10, for real. I'm so messed up. Hang on a second. It's not working. Oh, it's working. There we go. Give it a good bit of runway. So how's life? How's everything treating you? Thank you. Okay. YouTube thinks I love these 10-hour videos, man. YouTube is convinced I just lock in and watch 8 hours straight of a DVD thing bouncing around. I'm starting to get recommended other 10-hour video compilations, if you can believe it. Man, we got some fun quotes. I forget what the latest. Give me a second also. I need to set up, because I don't trust my OBS, I gotta set up monitoring my stream on my phone. Because otherwise, this shit is liable to just drop clean off of the face of the earth and not tell me. Which I don't love. Okay. We are monitoring. We are plugged in. This shit is not going anywhere. And I can see my beautiful, beautiful face. How's it going? How's life going? What's the latest quote? Is it last quote? Ah, yes. It's been 11 days since the last quote. I gotta up my banter game, I guess. Alright. Turnabout storyteller. I feel like, okay, this feels like a pattern that these games have kind of started doing ever since the last game in the original trilogy, where the case before the last case, and this game has 6 cases because the DLC case, but the last case before the case before the last vanilla case, let's call it, the last base game case, is a short case that gives backstory, that gives context to the case. You know, they did it with the Mason system in this one. In the first Apollo game, God, I'm gonna forget what it was, but it was something similar. Is that the case? Turnabout storyteller. That is the case we're doing. Episode 4. I had to the ice maker in my fridge went a little on the fritz and made one huge block of ice. Oh. More on this later.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Was he eating a fan? Dude, no. She's dead. No, do you think he did it? If he did, then what do we do? Pull yourself together. I have an idea. What? We'll pin it on him. Or whatever. One of those. Is this Shisho, like... Shisho means master. So is this May 13, 9:45 a.m. But is this the future? Is this the past? It was May 10th. last we were playing, so it is likely it is the future. That case give insight to the next case. Yeah, but it's not even to the next case. It might give insight into the whole perspective of the game. You know, they like to do that. I don't know if this is what's gonna happen, but the name of the case kind of gives me an idea. At 4:20 p.m. Was it 4:20 p.m.? Oh, no. It was 4:20 p.m. last time. You're right. I forgot. It was 4:20 p.m. because we beat the allegations and then we got Liddy in the defendant lobby. So true. Who brings a defendant to his own trial? Late. Well, I was saying the ice maker in my fridge went a little on the fritz and it made a block of ice this big. Like, it was made of smaller ice cubes, but I guess the temperature wasn't regulated right, so they melted a little and then they froze again into a massive block this big. So I started like a couple minutes late because I was literally just with both hands in the freezer, like trying to rip it out so I could smash it into the sink and just rescue some ice cubes. He's late for a very important date. Okay, Widget, are you suddenly into theater? I mean, okay, if Athena seems like a theater bitch, honestly, if I had to say. I always feel a little weird when I trim my beard, like day of. You know, it feels a little odd. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how. So is this another case where we are not Apollo? This is too fucking funny, man. I'm a fully competent defender of the Right Anything Agency. I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. Who is the client? Who is... Heh. It appears we made it just in time. Trial's about to start. Simon? Do we know any Simon from previous games? I don't think we do. We know Simeon Saint from Investigations 2. But that's it. I don't think we know any other Simons. Oh, fuck, so true. We know another Simon. I forgot about you, my king. I forgot about you, my king. So sorry. So sorry, I forgot about you, my king. How are you doing? You haven't gotten any sleep after we fucking got you out of jail last game? It's been a year, dude. You should have begun to like a sleep clinic or something. Buy some melatonins. Holy. His baldness can wait. Why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? It's part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Still but a rank amateur, I see. Haven't we whooped your butt, like, consistently? This is Simon Blackwell. Yeah. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. And he's kind of an asshole. For our shared specialization in psychology, you'll have to play the previous game to know all about it. We're both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kind of my senior, I guess. Of my mom, whom died, and he thought I killed. And then he went to jail for her, even though I didn't kill her. Yeah, Simon from Castlevania. He does seem like he would fit better in Castlevania than in Ace Attorney. I wish he stops treating me like a child all the time. He's not that much older. Right Dunno and Justice Dunno. Well, Right Dunno is across the fucking world in the Kingdom of Khura'in right now. He's abroad and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Oh, Apollo is just full-time recruited into that now. Got it. Didn't I tell you? Neither one of them are here, leaving you to take this on alone. Ye gods. Not too late. What, you don't think I can do it? You would only need to know how to teleport. Okay, I will settle for justice, then I'll go grab him by the horns and drag him here. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. And I've got what it takes to take you on as well. Go watch from the gallery. Oh. He's not the prosecutor in this case? Is it going to be Prosecutor Sadmati again? Did Prosecutor Sadmati fucking come here, lose a case, go to Karain, lose a case, come here, lose a case? He's like speedrunning, getting his ass whooped by everyone in the Write Anything agency. Next, we should put Trucy up against him. As his defense derails in spectacular fashion, as I win the heck out of this trial. Exactly. Listen, this is a case 4. It's gonna be a quick and easy trial. Don't even worry, Simon. It's mostly a vehicle for story, this case. Wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you. It's my client, right? The defendant. He's asleep. Bucky? Who's Bucky? What'd you do that for, Simon? Oh no, he's a drunk. Okay, we've definitely never seen this guy before. Who's this yellow chickadee? Yeah, I am your lawyer. She's more green than yellow, however. Sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something? Nah, dude. Known her longer than I've known you. I'd say we're bound to one another. How long has he known you? He went to jail almost immediately after knowing Athena. I think he knew Athena for like a year, maybe 2 years, and then he went to jail for her. Oh my god. He's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial, yeah. Oh god, this fucking guy. This fucking guy. Just save it for the after trial. I mean, listen. If I'm doing the defense, he doesn't really need to be sober at all. He can chill out. How'd you do? Sammy, here's an old friend of mine. The 4th generation head chef of Wet Soba, but Wet, like W-H-E-T, which wet with like that is like, you do that on a sword. I'm not sure exactly what wetting is with an H, but it's something to do with upkeep and or sharpening, I think. Wet noodle. Wet noodle number 4, Bucky Wet. Bucky Wet. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Taking a toll on the poor boy. I have no evidence. Okay, this is a great trial already. We're just launching into this, huh? Taifu Tornado. Taifu Tornado. Okay, Typhoon Tornado. I got it. A Rakugo storyteller of 55 years since he's been a storyteller, because this MF is 70. Who is famous for his soba-based routines. 2 disciples under him and his troupe. Got it. He happened to be there in the theater where it all happened to. They found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room. What is Rakugo? What is Rakugo? I'm gonna look it up. Okay, 400-year-old Japanese tradition of comic storytelling, often described as sit-down comedy, where a lone performer sits on a cushion and tells complex tales using only a folding fan and a hand towel. Using subtle head turns, voice changes, and gestures, the artist plays multiple characters, concluding with a witty punchline. Okay, so it's a sort of stand-up, more like a sit-down, but stand-up routine. But it's more a story-based thing. Got it. Longtime patron of Wet Soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away, meaning his father, presumably. Kind of like a father to the defendant. That stupid old fart like a father. No way, he was always dissing my soba. What is up with them eyebrows? My eyebrows? I don't think anything is up with my eyebrows. Hopefully. I mean, your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Yeah. Old man. Oh, yeah. He's got some of that, almost Sanji Legoan stuff going on. The little curls over here. He also has fucking, hang on. Yeah, this literally takes up half of his real estate on his cranium. This is like here to here is 50%. Here to here is the other 50%. No wonder this fucking guy is a master storyteller. He's got the whole world and then some inside of here. This man can track whatever you want. He remembers what happens tomorrow. The police, none of them believes me. They won't listen to me. Aw. Everything's gonna be alright. Big drunkard. Is his hair supposed to be like soba noodles? I think it might be. Dude, why you bring all of these lunches, by the way? Can I have one also? I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. Of course, I believe you. I do have zero evidence. But I believe in you. We can do this. Don't worry. We'll just ad-lib it. Fuck it. We'll just ad-lib it. Now, come on. I need you to shape up. Just like all those al dente noodles of yours. Al dente. Any al dente haters in chat? I'm an al dente hater. I feel like al dente pasta is a plague, honestly. I like my pasta a little softer. But since al dente is Italian, you know, you say al dente and it sounds proper and correct. No, the pasta needs to be a little softer than that. It can't be all freaking... Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Uh-oh. Don't throw up. Hey, great big pillock. Why cook pasta? I prefer it raw. Okay, but how do you like your pasta? I used to frequent wet soba, and still do, in fact, so I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me. Yeah, meat slab between slabs of bread. To understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour. If I let wet soba end like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life. This man is big on like honor and shit. He wanted somebody you could trust. He wanted someone at the Right Anything agency, by which he means anyone other than you, maybe even Trucy. I believe it's just about time. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out. Alright, let's do this. Off gets. Whatever that means. I've got a case to win. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Huh? You taking orders? Yellow, 2 bowls of noodles. Sorry, sir, no can do. But kind of busy at the courthouse. They hung up. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let me rest. Ha, maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. I'm fresh like my soba, and don't you let soba... And you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles this man is not too fresh, honestly. He's blacked out. Yeah. Buckwheat seeds are groats. Why is the recipe for soba relevant right now? Buckwheat seeds or groats are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. Okay, okay. Buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so the soba is fresh when eaten. Okay, so that's gonna go into my court record, and they're gonna be like, oh, he did this at some point, and we're gonna be like, nuh-uh, because he was doing this part of the recipe. This is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. Don't expect any help. I'm not expecting help. Don't you even worry. Don't you fucking fret. That's alright, I can do this on my own. Yeah, you can. All rise. All rise, baby. I love having a chair with wheels, man. It's so fun. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. Okay, so it's his whole name is just a pun on buckwheat. Got it. The defense is ready. Are we? What you doing here, dude? Your country is in the middle of an actual revolution. That's something that is crazy, okay? The last case, May 10th, 3 days ago, ended with the Defense Culpability Act caused one of the most prominent people in the country to kill himself and try to trick the system because it would be impossible under defense culpability, or very difficult until the Defense Culpability Act, for his wife to prove self-defense, and therefore she would have been sentenced to prison and or death. And so in order to cover for that, he then killed himself in an elaborate way that made it seem like Maya had done all of that, right? At the end of that, the revolution begins. Explosion goes off. The wife of the head priest is like, we're going to change things. The rebel dude is around. The leader of the rebels, Dark, who is his father, by the way, is also just gallivanting around. So, like, it's the big time. The revolution is happening. 3 days later, this motherfucker is prosecuting a case for wet noodles in Japan / the US. Dude, there's bigger fish to fucking fry right now. Your country is in an uproar. No prayer this time. That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. The prayers got it. What brings you back? Edgeworth called on you. Edgeworth, you should know better than that. This dude signifies a lot of what is wrong with prosecuting in general. I have a debt to repay, and though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell. Objection! A debt to repay against Phoenix? Or with Apollo? I'm a qualified and capable attorney, indeed. You tell him. What is that yellow attire? Not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick. Oh, she sees your shrill chirping. Wow. She's still only a teenager. Please go easy on her. Yeah, is she? I'm 19, I think, at this point, right? Yeah, I think so. It is true, it is wild, but Athena is a teenager. Please give your opening statement. I still have 0 evidence, right? Yep, okay, cool. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th. 4:20 p.m.? At a storyteller's theater called Kurukurute. Victim was a great master of Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. Typhoon Tornado. Okay, Typhoon Tornado. Yeah, got it. Funny. Theater's dressing room right here. Stage is out that way. These are the seats. So this is the actual stage proper. Staff entrance is this way. There's a yard with what looks like a doghouse and a little bowl. A door, which I'm assuming this means the door opens this way. and just a little sliver of garden around the back. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door. Staff entrance hallway, dressing room, has an inner and outer sliding door? Does that mean this and this? Or does that mean there's two sliding doors here stacked on one another? Wow. Is this all powder of some sort? Or what is it? Time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. In a bowl of fucking soba? Okay, 2 things to note. This, which is this camel brand, whatever it is ripped open, right? So this has the pattern of camels on it. And then this is the bottle with camel on it. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume this came from inside of here. Some kind of a gift, looks like, because it was wrapped. Actually, the camel thing is not just the bottle. If you look right here, can I? Yes. Okay. There we go. It's easier to see that way. That way we can do a bit more exploring. Because I don't think there is a way to completely hide this at any given point. These are the buns, but they are the same brand as this. So like this and this seem to have come from the same sort of thing. I'm assuming this is some kind of a liquor. And then the buns look to be some sort of like, yeah, filled bun, etc. He's got some cards of some sort. What is spilled could be blood, could be broth, one or the other, and I'm not sure which. I will go ahead and say the stains on the cards and where they are located respective to the stain in general does not make sense. This card is fully stained all the way through, even though it's on the edge. This card is only stained on this edge, even though it's kind of in the middle of it and presumably should actually have all of this be stained as well. I'm doing my detectiving ahead of time this time, okay? I'm doing my detectiving ahead of time. There we go. You can see it better here. So what I'm saying is, you see how the stain goes in this sort of a shape, right? This card should not be fully stained because it's right on the edge, and yet it is. This card should be stained more because it's kind of got all of this area of the card is inside the stain, and yet only this corner is. So it appears as though this card should actually be here, and this card should probably be here, or actually here fits better. You know, so like these cards have been moved after the bowl was spilled, so presumably after the death, which is interesting. Let's look a little closer around this area. There's a little strip of whatever. There's, of course, I'm noticing there's some missing powder, whatever that is. I'm gonna assume flour, actually, because this is, since it's all about noodles and whatever. Some missing flour stretching all the way here in what looks like some sort of channel. So something was dragged. Something is unplugged. It could be the TV, it could be the fridge. Actually, the fridge light is on, so I'm gonna assume that TV is not plugged in. What else? Sorry, I'm looking at it on the OBS screen. That's why I'm kind of, because that is zoomed in. My game is not zoomed in. What else? There are 2 glasses, not 1. So he was presumably meeting with someone. There's also this weird square here. I wonder if that's going to be relevant or not. But actually, I think it is. That's probably the table leg, right? Table leg made an indentation here. So the table has been shifted, which does make sense because the table is weirdly diagonal in this room. You would expect it to be sort of parallel to the tatami mats on the floor. There's a little tear of something here, which for the moment I'm going to assume comes from this packaging. So why is this packaging over here, this tear, this stripped cloth here? Why is the fridge open? Of course. That's kind of all I've got, immediately speaking. But it does raise a few questions. I'm gonna Control Z until all of my movements are undone. And then it goes back to how it used to be. Okay, I did a lot of movements, turns out. What if I just go transform? There we go. That's easier. Okay, that's my preliminary analysis of the crime scene. Dude, I'm actually gonna become a fucking detective after playing all of this. Autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. In his lungs. So he didn't presumably suffocate from being drowned, because then there would be water or broth or whatever in his lungs. Okay. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Okay. Was found with his face thrust into a large soba bowl. Autopsy report. Okay, now we're getting all the everything dumped here. There's 2 pages here. Victim was making soba noodles from scratch. He was making them. Okay, I thought he was a storyteller, not a noodle maker. Room is covered in soba flour. That is correct. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. Correct. I'm not sure why that is relevant, but it is true. It is a fact. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. Between 2 and 5 p.m., suffocation, nothing was found in his lungs, so he didn't suffocate from aspirating liquid. When you don't know how the victim was killed, or even with what. Yeah. The accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. Okay, explain. Oh, hang on. Let me go ahead and make the... There we go. Now, would the accused care to plead his case? Nah, he's sleeping off a bit of a binge right now. Don't worry about him. Where is the defendant? He isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. It's not the lack of a clear conscience, it's the presence of a clear liquor, if I had to guess. Mr. Wyatt is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. Mr. Wyatt went to the theater at the victim's request. Was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. As I can see, do you mean by all of this equipment? Apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. I see. Because it's like, what is it? First grind the dough? Or grind grind the flour or the grist or whatever it's called. Is this used for grinding? Maybe. Then the big square knife for cutting immediately after, and then the boiling immediately after. So I'm assuming this is all the equipment necessary as things stand. Soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Passion for soba, I guess so. For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet, what's the motive? In the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. So he owned the shop. Was it some sort of like they were in debt and so he bought it from them type thing? Mr. White was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. It's believed the victim stole the shop's deed. Oh. Well, if he stole it, then there is no need for the... If he stole it, there's no need to fucking, like, kill him over it. He stole it. He's not entitled to it. He's a thief. You can't just show up and be like, yeah, I stole it, but I have the deed, so it's mine. That's not how it works. There are protections in the law for that. Prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. Okay, the deed. Can I zoom in on the deed, or... Okay, it's the deed for the soba shop. The deed holder is Bucky Wet. Exactly. The deed holder is Bucky Wet, which means doesn't matter if the other guy has it, he can't lay claim to it. He would need to, like, presumably go to some sort of court or some local justice thing, right? And be like, I want this deed transferred to me. And they'd be like, okay, well, we need the deed holder to transfer it to you. And he'd be like, well, dang, I did steal this title, so that might be a little complicated. And they'd be like, oh, I see. Boys, clap him in irons. Take him out back. You know, like, there'd be nothing to do there. Wish Simon had filled me in a little better. No, you're fine. There's literally nothing here. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details. I walked into this trial with my attorney's badge and a smile on, my dude. I am picking everything up as you're putting it down. You are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession, you putrid egg yolk. Dude, I'm about to beat you. I'm about to beat you. What's your attitude about? Okay, call the witness. Is it Emma Skye? Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Okay, so we're not going with detectives. We're going straight to this. Is it just gonna be like a short trial? Is it a one-day short trial? I'm down for that. Oh, Simon Blackquill is the witness. Simon Blackquill, prosecutor. He didn't say anything about that. There simply wasn't time. Like hell there wasn't. We were standing there looking at that drunk guy balance the plates for like 10 minutes. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackquill. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently? I can't read today. Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic for now. I feel like Blackquill would beat his ass up. It is a prosecutor's duty to learn. Actually, this guy did kind of totally own a rebel during the first cutscene in the game, right? Yeah. The rebel that broke into the cafe or shop that Maya was eating in, and he just kind of like ducked around a couple of blows and just fucking chopped him in the back of the neck. This guy can fight, actually. I did some research on Rakugo last night, and I've grasped the overall idea. Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel. Okay. And the Rakugo artist tells long, whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Okay, he just read the Wikipedia article word for word. I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories, or shall I perform the famous story of Jugamu instead? Damn, Blackquill did get kind of owned, sadly. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, prosecutor. Yeah, perform the story. It is a long story. Could we please get back to the trial? Forgot the trial for the murder that you were presiding over. This dude never changed, Judge. Never changed. I am convinced we should be able to work out how old the judge is. Right? Wasn't he in my court record at some point? I feel like he was. Was it during one of the investigations games, or was it like end of original trilogy? I could swear he was. Sorry, got a little. Ah, there it is. I could swear he was in my court record at some point. I don't know if we knew his age though, but we should be able to figure it out. Please tell this court what you witnessed. Yeah, please do. Please do. I'm going to take apart your testimony. What Simon saw, what Simon says, more like. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. That lines up with time of death between 2 and 5. If you're saying you were at 4, it's more 2 and 4 then. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went to the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Wendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Wendo discovered Master Tornado's body. Wait, so did you... Hang on. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. So you went there at 4 and he was still alive, is what we're assuming. Then after you left, Bucky went in, and then he came storming out, so upset. And then the disciple Wendo entered and found him dead. Got it. And now, with just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell, with testimony like that, you practically, yeah, you're accusing Mr. Wet. He's not accusing anyone, but he is stating, you know, I went in, he was alive. Wet went in, he came out mad. Wendo went in, the guy was dead. So, like, following that, yeah. We're just gonna start pressing, yeah. We just gotta start pressing because everything that was here isn't necessarily wrong, but there isn't a lot of information there. What did you go to the theater for? To see the performance, yeah. You received an invitation from Master Tornado. Crazy, dude. You've been out of jail for like a year. Where'd you make all these friends and connections? Special show commemorating his junior disciple Wendo's promotion. An occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Wendo II. Okay. The performing arts, the name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. Contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Yeah. Toki Soba, or Time Soba, which is why he was with the fan pretending to eat soba, because all you have in this performing arts is a fan and a handkerchief. So if you're pretending to eat soba, you fold the fan, pretend it's chopsticks. And he was saying, what time is it? 1, 2, 3, etc. So yeah. Famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba using only his fan, yeah. Wendo was to perform soba sei, or soba glutton. Got it. First to perform was the senior disciple Geiru, followed by Wendo, and lastly Tornado. Got it. Oh, I get it. Geiru, Wendo, Tornado, Gale, Wind, Tornado. Got it. Let's read this invitation. Ticket to the show and a letter from the victim. Letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Her balloon act. His soba glutton. Time soba. Okay, what's a balloon act, though, in Rakugo? Because you don't have balloons. You have a fan. You have a handkerchief. How do you perform a balloon act? Also, I'm gonna be right back. The washing machine just ended, so I'm gonna start the dryer going via RB. Hello, I'm back. Hope you enjoyed the Scum Bar theme from 1990s great hit Secret of Monkey Island. Really good game. This little song that was playing during the Be Right Back screen is actually the song that plays in my head when I am thinking about nothing. It's just ingrained into my brain, so I'm just trying to spread it. I'm just, you know, if I have to suffer it, you have to suffer it too. Yeah, we were just reading this. Balloon Act, Soba Glutton, and then his time Soba routine. Got it. What happened after you arrived? Which, around 4. Yeah. Went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Did the dressing room look like it did in the crime scene? Went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. So he could have been dead then. Geiru escorted me to the dressing room, which is... I think that's a she? Is Geiru? Geiru performed her balloon act, yeah. We heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. Got it. But it could not have been him. It could have been the disciple. Confirm the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m. No, you can confirm you heard Rakugo being performed at 4 p.m. Couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. It was the time Soba routine being performed in there. Oh, like his students couldn't have known that. Come on, dude, you're falling for like you're forgetting the transitive property, dude. Is it the transitive property? Yeah, you're skipping a step. It does not mean that, Athena. It does not mean that. Come out storming out a while later. Gator and I were waiting in the hallway for him to finish practicing, sure. Which it could have been that he was performing. It could also have been a recording. Mayhaps even a performance of his recorded on the TV and playing. And then it's as easy a matter as unplugging the TV, and then that you set a time of death. When Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things. His things being the Soba stuff, or what? What sounded like Bucky shouting inside of the room. 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. Okay. Likely when the okay, elderly man would have been entirely possible to kill him with the span of 10 minutes. But, okay. He died of suffocation. Nothing found in his lungs. Was he choked? Like, just because he died of suffocation, nothing was found in his lungs. Was he physically choked? Was there some sort of gas in the room that caused him to suffocate? You know, it removed the oxygen from the room. And this looks like a gas stove, if I had to say. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is. Because you would not have an electric stove where the pot is raised like that. That would be a terrible way to conduct heat. This is a gas stove for sure, and I'm pretty sure I've seen a design like this before, where this little thing on the side opens and you can fit a small tank of like gas in there. It would be entirely possible to just turn this on, leave the gas hissing, and then over time it just replaces the oxygen in the room and he would die. Of course, he would have to not smell the gas for that to happen. I wonder if there's some sort of carbon monoxide thing going on rather than that. But carbon monoxide would be more difficult to manufacture in that situation, I think. Okay. Junior disciple Wendo apparently then entered. What do you mean apparently? Did you not see him? Yeah. I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. You were... Okay, Black Quill was over here, so he couldn't see this, and you're saying he apparently entered from here. Gator should have been able to see. Also, the dog is in the map now. Gator was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. Okay, let's get her to testify about it. But he suppose Wendo went to the dressing room anyway. Okay, he had just finished his routine. He was making a courtesy call. Right before and after each performance. So he had just finished his routine. So Wendo just finished Soba Glutton. Master Tornado was supposed to go on stage after that. All disciples are expected to do it. Got it. Wendo discovered Master Tornado's body. Apparently. Supposedly. After Wendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream for 2 or 3 minutes. If the guy was dead, you would have expected him to scream immediately. Just Wendo's woeful scream. No, 2 to 3 minutes is a suspicious amount of time to be in the room. Suspicious amount of time to be in the room if the guy was dead to begin with. Especially if he was dead like this. Like, if he had suffocated but had died in a way that looked... Right? If he had suffocated but he had died in a way that looked like he had fallen asleep, that's one thing. You try to wake him up, or like you let him rest for a little bit, but then you're like, hey, you're supposed to go on stage. Then you could expect that. If you walk into the room and it looks like this, and then silence for 2 to 3 minutes... That's suspicious. If I'm a lawyer, I'm drilling down on that. What was happening during those 2 to 3 minutes? Because if you walked into a room and you saw this, fridge open, mess everywhere, the dude is fucking slumped over with his head in a bowl of noodles. There's a mess all over the table. This is not a peaceful scene. This is not something you would walk in and then be like, oh, let's just chill for 2 to 3 minutes. There's so many holes in this testimony. The accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. Yeah, this is Wet, Mr. Wet, Bucky Wet. 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. Okay. Wendo Tornado went into the room from the stage. So Gadu should have seen them, but Black Quill did not. After having discovered the victim's body, Wendo gave a scream. But again, a few minutes later. Walk in, a few minutes later you scream? That's not normal. That's not normal. Nah. This is crucial testimony indeed. Yeah, and I'm sure Black Quill would not lie on the stand. Yeah. Okay, the eyewitness account. That's good. Let me read through it real quick. Is it everything? Confirmed alive at 4 p.m. I don't know about confirmed alive. Presumed alive is more correct. Sorry, I'm being so fucking nitpicky, but this is the kind of shit that I don't like about Ace Attorney games. You have to be lawyerly about this shit. I know I'm not the most lawyerly guy out there. Fuck, I'm not a trained lawyer at all. I'm a little science boy. I'm a STEM boy. I don't know about law. But I know what you can't do is make assumptions about facts. You can't make an assumption about facts. All you can do is take facts. And then, like every truth you derive from a fact has to be strict. It can't be confirmed alive because we heard him. We know about audio recordings, those exist. So therefore, not necessarily alive. Entered the room at 4:10 and left at 4:20. Got it. Okay, Wendo discovered the victim's body upon entering the room after Bucky left. Yes, but again, those few minutes, I feel like they are crucial. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. Who's to say he didn't commit the crime? 2, perhaps 3 minutes, which is a long amount of time to be in the room if the guy was dead and the scene looked like it did. No, I think what he might have done is set up the murder. Maybe both students were in on it, to be fair. Or maybe they weren't. Maybe Wendo was the only one who did it. And it creates an alibi because Geiru was here. So Geiru could see him go in, go out, not enough time to commit the murder. But if ahead of time he sets something up that will suffocate him, kill him, you know, via gas, which therefore may not have been the stove because the stove was brought in by my client sort of halfway through all of that mess. Could have been something else. But set something up that suffocates him over time. Then this guy goes in, he gets really mad, etc., etc. Have we considered my client may not be drunk? He may be like lightheaded, suffering from some sort of side effects from oxygen deprivation for being in this room for 10 minutes, where there were conditions where a guy ended up dead. Then this guy walks in. 2 to 3 minutes does not give you enough time to kill the guy. It does give you enough time, though, presumably, to turn off or remove the source of this gas that might be poisoning this room, and then air out the room somehow such that the evidence of this gas is no longer in there. And I wonder if this dog being in the yard is going to be relevant at all for all of this, because I'm assuming a dog is going to be more sensitive to a gas like that. Nah, I feel like I've got this case fucking solved already. Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I'm certainly willing to tell you all that I know. Draw out what you need yourself. No, I think he does remember it well. He would. Thank you, Matt Mercer. Very cool. Begone, witness. You shall haunt this sacred hall no more. I'll remember this, you blackguard. Yeah, get him, get him. I've got this. Alright. Yeah. This honestly feels like I've already got it solved. Blackwell's testimony was like lowly opening act on a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. Restore balance to this trial. Present an actual witness. Is it going to be Geiru or Wendo? Okay. Geiru. Geiru Tornado? So, like, is she blood related or is it some, like, master disciple thing? Oh my goodness. Oh no. It's the Clussy on the stand. Oh, girl, you've got to stop doing that with those balloons. Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. And balloon. That's the balloon act she does. Damn. Me and who, though? It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geiru Tornado. Just call me Geiru, sweetie. 1, 2. Ma'am? I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please. Oh no, guys. Can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. I'm a clown. Shisha would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness. Smile with a twisty twist. Damn. That's crazy. One gorgeous cake. Oh, I thought it was a severed monster head. No, that's a cake. You're obviously a balloon artist, so how'd you come to be a member of Rakugo School? Yeah, that's a different prop than you usually see in Rakugo. my father, my late father, was a Rakugo artist. So she is actually probably Mr. Tornado's biological daughter. She'd be just like my daddy someday. My father and I owe so much to Shisho. Oh, okay. So I guess not the case then. Your father was a different Rakugo artist. But that Bucky Wet... Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible. $34. But he what? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. How can he say that? This is a great scent. Okay. So maybe, is that what made him upset when he was visiting? There was a smell in the air that could get into the soba and make it bad. Please don't let Gary's balloons bias your judgment. Honestly, okay. I know it might be an odd comment to make. I'm kind of glad they have a clussy, horny character. And it's not for the obvious reasons, okay? It's because having horny characters that are just a representation of the artist's barely disguised fetish is such a core principle of Ace Attorney, right? Having a character that is just, here's some booba or here's some like magic twink, you know, like here's what I'd like to fuck, and here's your witness. I'd like to fuck this thing, you know? And it might be April May, it might be Max Galactica, it might be whoever it is. But like, that's a core thing in Ace Attorney. And we did get a little bit of that with Aura Blackquill in the previous game. But she, even then, was pretty, I would say, vanilla, pretty low-key for these games. And I was worrying that, you know, the games have become easier, there's less puzzle, it's more hand-holdy, it's more mass appeal. I was like, are they going, you know, are they kind of losing the original core of the game to make it more mass appeal? But then they're like, here's big clown booba girl with the balloons. And I'm like, okay, Ace Attorney, you're still around. You're still around. We're still kicking. And it will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, Defense. Yes, your testimony. Not necessarily the truth. Your testimony. Okay, before the murder. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 when Shisho's body was found, which does match with his statement. 4 to 4:20, which is when Wet exited the room. Simon and I were standing on the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Wendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Okay. A little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad. I'm gonna assume the dog. So, gas? Some sort of... Okay, we're gonna press on that. Any objection to this witness testimony? Okay, no, it matches with what you remember. Sad monk, sad Mari. First you exorcise me, now this. Need only do as you're instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. Hey, I'm still cross-examining this MFer. I'm the one you should be checking with, yeah. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. Doesn't even see you as an adversary. Well, that's gonna change. Also, it's not about being an adversary. It's about following the fucking law, dude. I know in your backwards ass country you don't allow the defense to exist, but you're here. You're the away team, MFer. Okay. He was a worthy adversary. Thank you, Judge. Wow, the dryer is done already. I've got a fucking turbo dryer, dude. This thing came off of NASA's freaking lot, I bet. Okay. I'm gonna press, but the Jugemu was barking like mad is the one that's the most interesting out of all of this. 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, right? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know? Isn't that right, Simon? Still lived. I don't know about still lived. You heard him performing. The fact that two of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out. Well, you were. Blackwell, or are you insinuating I was daydreaming or sleeping while standing up or something? I saw everything, I tell you. Okay, she's really doubling down on that, but... which makes it a little suspicious. The only person who had gone in there was Bucky. That you saw. Let's take a deep breath. Okay, not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during that time. There was nobody else. Okay, and now, yeah, this last one. Jugemu was barking like mad. That's the dog, yeah. That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. And a twisty twist twist. Dog. Oh, wow. And Bloon. There you have it. My cute little Jugemu. Oh, he's a really, really good boy. He saw someone suspicious. Or smelled something suspicious. I remember, because it was time for me to feed him. I went into his yard and gave him some food. Okay, so during that time, was Blackwell looking at the hallway? Door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. You saw what Gary was talking about. Why didn't you mention it? Okay, did Gero go out into the yard? I remember now, she went to feed Jugemu. Okay, for sure. I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently. Okay, is that because she was trying to create an alibi? As though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. He buried the rest in a corner of the yard. Okay. The yard door was wide open. Could you keep watch, though? From here to here? Even if it was from this window, you can't. If you're out here, could you keep watch? Objection! I don't know if you could. Is that correct? Actually, yeah, that's not even correct. Especially because the way this door opens, it's this way, which means it would block the view. It doesn't open inward, it opens outward. Oh? The door opens outward. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. If he saw her there, it means he was from this window. Yep. If the door to the yard was wide open, you can't see. Even if there were admittedly a few moments Gary was not keeping watch. how much would that really affect this case? There's a time span where someone could have gone in, but I don't think that's really when it happened. I would be surprised. He couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time, but only really from the stage side. Damn, Athena's like table stomp is so fucking hardcore. Both like Apollo and Phoenix do a little like a bam, but she just goes one arm, bam, bam. Listen here.
Objection.
Okay, what now? Hide the fact. Speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. More like a simple oversight. I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused. She is being torn apart by grief, apparently. One's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul. Putrid, yeah, heartless, whatever. Yeah, putrid, heartless, worm, chick, egg yolk, whatever you say. Beyond your comprehension, your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. His hair, dude, every time gets me. If we ask the people of this courtroom, I'm sure they would agree. I'm not afraid of what the gallery says. The gallery can say whatever they want. Public opinion is not fucking trial. It's not legally binding, dude. Keen sense of hearing. That was harsh. Didn't have to go that far. Feel kind of sorry for the witness. Yeah, you would. Look at her. They know what is right and what is wrong. They don't know. That's the whole fucking point. She's not. Well, it's still in training. Is she? She's got an attorney's badge. Feel so alone up here. No, you're fine. You're fine. Ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparation. You cannot make me get out. I wish all of the main characters weren't so fucking insecure. Defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Gary's testimonies. Not out for the count yet. Yeah. Also, what was the method of asphyxiation? How did the guy suffocate to death? This is important. He would surely succumb to despair. Conclusive evidence. Oh, let's have it. Let's have it. Wait, I'm so excited. Give me conclusive evidence. Victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused. Is it gonna be the arrangement of the cards? Yep. Known as Karuta, lined up on the table. These special English version Karuta cards spell out a message. That message, wet number 4. HWETNO4. Except, I said it from the start. The moment I first laid eyes on that crime scene. I've been saying it. Message points to none other than the accused. Nah, it's literally fine. Yeah, of course I would. I wish it was me. I wish it was me in the game sometimes. Because this motherfucker walks in here with his conclusive evidence that he's waiting to present fucking an hour and a half into the trial. My ass, the moment he presented that crime scene, I was like, okay, first of all, those cards weren't like that when he died because look at the stains. Fucking take apart his case like that. Like that. My god, dude. Compound is suffering. He's dead. He's not suffering. Difficult to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. It's not conclusive evidence. It's time for you to let it go and move on. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. This guy feels like he has... I'm sorry, I hate him so much. This guy feels like he has all the bad aspects of Edgeworth and none of the good ones. You know, using incomplete evidence to his advantage, trying to make use of the assumptions that one can make at face value without looking deeply into evidence. He knows, potentially, that the cards were not arranged that way because of the stains, because, I mean, I figured it out pretty quickly. But he's trying to make it pass off as if that is, fully understanding that if they were laid out that way after the fact, someone is trying to implicate my client. But it serves his purpose just fine if someone was trying to implicate my client. So he's just gonna sit here and let it happen. And use incomplete/faulty evidence. He's ready to do that to serve his selfish purposes. And he's gonna belittle me the whole time.
Silence.
Blackquill on my side now? I don't need it. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. You fop doodles in the gallery. Can't a man watch a trial in peace? Alright. This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Is he really about to spoon feed me the card thing? Because I'm gonna be so mad. We're bored of watching from the gallery. If I were to leave this trial to this spring chick... No, dude, I wish the main characters weren't such fucking idiots, man. This does piss me off. Stand on the side of impurity and sin. What a fool you are. You were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Yeah, gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. I was imprisoned for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. One black reverse panda. The hell is a reverse panda? He's already used to looking like a panda in this life. Bye-bye, balloon. I'll miss you, Gator. I'll miss you. Witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards. Window, right? Witness the crime firsthand. Discovering the body and witnessing the crime are very different things. Let's bring in this witness then. Okay. I can tell I'm not gonna like this guy either. I am the Rakugo storyteller, Wendo Tornado. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. For all that be, Rakugo no. Okay. Funny. I'm assuming a lot of comedy is gonna get lost in translation here. Good night. Whoa. You still gotta testify, my dude. Oh my. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment. No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all. If Fan for a fan. Nice one. Yeah, sure, sure. How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a daily of a pickle we find ourselves in, wouldn't you say? Never performed in a place like this, you know? I got butterflies here, can't you see? It is always the weird ones with us, isn't it? As much as I enjoy your banter, yeah. We've got a case to solve. We've got a murder. In that case... Oh my god, he's using your humor. I was promoted to Futatsume yesterday and received the stage name of Wendo II. Show was our... Well, I mean, just Wendo, but as we heard from Blackwell, Wendo II. My new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened. Never dreamed something like that had happened, not in a million years. Just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt. Plus, I'm worried about Geiru. She clung to Shisho, poor thing. Told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. Do you have multiple personalities going on? Wouldn't mind getting yelled at if I meant seeing him again. Hoofa. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene. Okay, the stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, sure. Hey now, enough of the silly puns already. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. Plain and simple, wasn't his style. Okay, drowning in soba broth. I'm gonna go ahead and press on that and then present the fact that there was nothing in his lungs, so he wasn't drowning in soba broth. Murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. Yeah, there we go. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. Only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth of the noodles. Like a soba chef to kill someone this way. With the card with a message left behind, it's clear Bucky White did it. Okay, this guy's getting on my fucking nerves. Proves the absolute guilt of the accused. I'll to get back the soba shop deed. Look at all the fucking pillows. My god, that'd be pretty comfortable, honestly. I wish we wouldn't need to get shit spoon-fed to us on every case. Like, is there ever going to be an Ace Attorney game where they're just like, we trust you to be a little smart. We trust you. Just fucking go. You've done this before. You're playing a detective game. Go be a detective. I'm just sitting here knowing or thinking through things. Meanwhile, my character is like, oh my god, what are we supposed to do? This is so decisive. I can't go ahead. I don't know what to do. And then the person next to me, who we fucking hate, by the way, has to be like, oh my god, you fucking suck, and here's the answer. I don't like being condescended at in the game I'm playing. You weren't planning on asking me for help. Yeah, no. Okay, drowning in soba broth. I'm going to press that first. And then I'm going to present there was nothing in his lungs. I know Shisho. He would never let someone get the last word on him, and even in death. His consciousness fading away, he left a message that pointed toward Bucky as he left this world. It's not the only way. Dying message is something you leave as you're dying, right? I saw a scene like that in a detective show. Yeah. Do not speak any more than is necessary. Please and thank you. Yeah, just tell me the truth, if you would. There was nothing in his lungs.
Objection!
Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs. If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, there would have been soba broth in his lungs. Means the victim was suffocated with something other. Presumably something gaseous, or with his face up on like a pillow or something like that, if there were no marks on the body. Yeah. Not bad at all. That's pretty low level contradiction. Drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death. And when was the victim's face thrust into that bowl? After death. If it was before or during the murder, there'd be stuff in his lungs. After he was killed. That's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. Yeah. Why would the culprit do such a thing?
Objection.
Psychological expertise is you cannot determine such a simple motive. Okay. So what's going on? Go ahead. Desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on part of the perpetrator. No. Well, I mean, maybe it does. But it also indicates a strong sense of, I want to frame this one motherfucker that makes soba. That's what it indicates to me. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop's deed. Apparently.
Silence.
But I don't believe that. The culprit had time enough to set up Master Tornado's body. They would have honestly failed to notice the dying message. Yeah.
Objection.
Was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room? Well, he was rational enough to put his head in a bowl of soba after death, presumably.
Silence.
Never mind that, I have something more important to ask Wendo. You saw the Karuta cards firsthand. Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Yeah. Soba Scenes of Tokyo Past. Each card is related in some way to soba. No. How did they look? Soba broth spilled all over them. Okay. Let's see the cards. There we go. Thank you. This is correct, but this should go here, which is O. That one across here should be this. O-W-E-N. Owen. Owen. Then this goes here for this. Owen for H. O-W-E-N. Owen fourth. O-W-E-N 4-T-H is what it is. Owen? Or would it be like Ueno? Sort of like, is Owen sort of trying to say Ueno? But he has the letters here to say. He doesn't have a U, actually. It'd be a breeze with this. Yeah, the cards are stained differently. There we go. Yeah, of course I do. were rearranged. Look at these cards. The answer is right in front of us. The soba broth stains. Yeah, there it is. Focus your attention on the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of the stains don't match up with the larger stain on the table. Got on the cards after the murder. You can see the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after the fact. This message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. It was the actual dying message. Thank you. Do I do that? Oh shit, I do. That's fun. The W card was here. H card was down here. E card goes here. T is here. This is truly like being a kid and playing those, like, putting a shape into the shape hole. Now O goes here. And the 4 is here. O and 4th. Supposed to say O and 4th. Absurd. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Instead of reading up on fucking Karuta all night, maybe you should have been looking at the evidence. Sorry, Karuta? Karuta is the cards. Rakugo. That's the name of the theater. Fuck. That's the kind of shit Athena's gonna go back. And she's gonna be in the shower and she's gonna be like, I said Karuta instead of fucking Rakugo. Fuck. I never would have imagined there was more to these cards than meets the eye. Thank you. What is O and 4th? It definitely says O and 4th. If you cannot explain what the message means, I don't need to explain it. It doesn't undo the fact that they were rearranged. It's not worthless. These assertions piss me off. It's not worthless. It's new truth. It's new evidence. It's brought back down to earth. Okay, you fucking butterfly. Perfectly good witness the question over there. Yeah. Who is O and 4th? Nah, there's no one named Owen in the Tornado family, but there's Wendo. Or our family of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you'd like. As expected, turned up nothing. I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this O and 4th is either. The fact remains the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. There we go. The important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather why they rearranged the cards and who rearranged them. Yeah. Yeah. 2 opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. When Mr. Wet entered the dressing room and when Mr. Wendo discovered the body. Me, who came to testify, or the goodness of my heart. Dude, every killer comes to testify in this world. That changes nothing. You didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? 2 to 3 minutes is exactly. Thank you, Black Quill. Athena should have been pointing that out the second they said it. Put down the T and spit out your answer. Yeah. What's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? Fence is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. No, we're waiting for you to say, what were you doing for 2 to 3 minutes in a room where there was very obviously a dead body before saying anything? I've decided not to say another word. Oh, suddenly you care about what is protected by law. What about my right to cross-examine, you asshole? God, I hate the new games in the way that they're so unilateral. The law only matters when the prosecutor says it matters. When the prosecutor doesn't care, the law, fucking whatever. We don't need to care about it. It's something about case 4s, dude. Because it was the astronaut case was also case 4 in the previous game. And that also really fucking pissed me off. Case 4s are just like that, I guess, huh? What's so funny? Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Such a petty trick will never work. Oh, won't it? I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there's an audience to listen? The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's human nature. The gallery is like, hey, yeah, you think you can taunt the gallery? We can prompt the gallery. Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk. Perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend. Not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? He's having a meltdown. He's having a full-on fucking meltdown. I'm ready to testify. Bully for you, Wendo. That's a real Rakugo artist should be. What a man of weak spirit. It's literally what you did like 10 minutes ago. What are you getting so mad about? Cope, seethe. What did you do during those 2 to 3 minutes? After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. Okay, but what about those 2 to 3 minutes? I'm not trying to hide anything. Oh god, not the fucking emotions on this. We're not worried about, you know, you walking in and seeing a dead body. We're pretty convinced that happened. I'm trying to ask you about those 2 to 3 minutes. You were just chilling in there. What happened then? Oh. The fuck? I just bit on my teeth and they cracked. I hope they're okay. I believe there is no need for further deliberation. Why are you so afraid of defense attorneys? Why are you so afraid of cross-examinations? Clear indication Wendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Let me do my therapy shit.
Objection.
It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Or will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant? Because you're not humble or a servant. You're an arrogant asshole. No need for your so-called guidance, Prosecutor Sad Monk. Honestly, Black Quill is good to have on my side because he is as much of an asshole as the other guy. Actually, he's not as much of an asshole, but he knows how to cut someone with words and with a sword, presumably, but with words. It's nice to have him on our side, really just kind of laying into a guy. Your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's play a little game of touch the colors. Touch the funny colors. I went to visit Shisho, and you're feeling, you know, a little happy. Let's call it content. You know, you've done your performance. You're happy. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. No surprise at that, apparently. When I entered the resting room, I saw Sisha slumped over the table, motionless. He didn't reply. You're not surprised he didn't reply? I don't think that was it. I don't think that was it. Managed to assert a thoughtful, calculated hypothesis. What the fuck? I went to visit Shisho, a little happy, called him from outside the room. He didn't reply. Why were you happy he didn't reply? Is that it? Okay, I guess not. I guess not. Are we... Okay, is it that he wasn't surprised to find a dead body? He was just sad? Yeah. He wasn't surprised to find him dead. Something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard of something strange with cheesy toast skin? Okay. I noticed something unexpected. Stop hiding and come out. Where did the other cushions go? Holy crap. Player Master slumped motionless over the table. You weren't the least bit shocked. Is it? Well, you were prepared to see him dead. Because you knew he was dead. You already knew you would find your master dead. What? What kind of a thing is that to say? You've got it all wrong. I just remembered something. I thought Shisha was just sleeping when I first saw him. Okay. With the way the room was fucking messy? And his head and arms up on the table as if he were taking a nap. For 2 to 3 minutes, though, there was that note. Oh, okay. Cool, you didn't submit that until now. Resting, do not disturb. You wouldn't think Shisha was napping. Except look at the state of the room, dude. His head was in a bowl of noodles. Or maybe it wasn't, to be fair, and you put it there. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. Okay. Sure. Include it. Okay, little happy from performance. Called to him from outside. Blah. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. No surprise, no feelings about any of that. Something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. Why are you mad? I was shocked to find him dead. I couldn't believe my eyes. Why are you mad at something seeming off? Funny. Yeah. When you entered the dressing room, I see you suddenly felt anger. What made you feel angry all of a sudden? I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. Okay, just a little bump on my little piggy, and no big deal. What did you hit? The table? Because the table was shifted. The area around the dressing room door. No, it was the table, dude. It's shifted. We see this.
Objection.
What an irrelevant question. Haha, except, no the fuck it's not, shut up. If it's irrelevant, tell me why it's irrelevant. I think it's very relevant. He didn't whack his toe on anything near the door. He whacked his toe on the table, which is shifted, which again, I said from the start, from minute 20. Thing is, even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's high psyche can clue us into the truth. Yeah. Do I point to the thing or do I point to the table? I'm gonna point to this thing on the floor. On the table. Something hid the table and moved it. He stubbed his toe as he was entering the dressing room. What bumped into the table be a clue as to what he stubbed his toe on. What bumped into the table could be a clue as to what he stubbed his toe on. Something bumped into the table, moved it from here to here. Did he stub his toe on the fucking body? No, it's not. No, not ready to let it go and move on, Elsa. By the door. Might have been there then, but it's not there now. By the door, but isn't the door behind it? The TV? Is that what it is? It was dragged from end to end? Is that what we're saying? Oh, that's why people thought he was practicing, because the TV was right up against the door. Okay, that's what you're saying. This long track goes from the door all the way across the room. Drag mark ends at the TV. TV was originally by the door. Yeah. How about it? Okay, it was the TV. We're still at 10% noise, though. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? Okay. He's still hiding something. Why was the TV moved there? What a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. No, it was put there to create an alibi. On stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV. Okay. Closed circuit monitor shows the stage. Okay. So it shows the stage and that's it? I don't see anything else fishy. Okay. I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, if that's what it takes to save the soba shop. Alright. Here's a curiosity for you. Looks like it was moved. I said that earlier! TV hit the table and Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I realized he was dead. Okay. I'd wager you need to put the Spurs to window just a trifle longer. Were you on stage performing his routine? The soba clock or soba time, whatever it's called. So it would sound from the TV into the hallway. And the people that were around would think he was practicing. You said just now about discovering your master's death. Describe it a little more in detail, and we can knock out the last bit of emotional discord. What time is it? Oh, 2 p.m. Okay. Call to him. There was no reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. Okay. Tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. Back in its normal spot, I realized Shisha was dead. Sad, afraid, surprised. Makes sense. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table. Oh, Shisha. Why are you more surprised now than earlier? After the initial shock of finding him, you reacted with surprise again, presumably at seeing the message. You were even more surprised the second time than the first, yeah. Finding the message.
Silence.
Girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. Her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. What surprised you? What's sharp as a trout? Back to 100%. Now he's really trying to hide. I listen for the hidden emotions. Yeah. Sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings. One emotion that runs out of control. There's nothing ordinary about it this time. He's gonna be jumping across all the different characters, isn't he? Or is it? It's anger. It's pure anger. Okay. Called to him from outside the room. Overwhelmingly sad. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. Overwhelming surprise. Why overwhelming surprise? Stub my toe. Anger. Sure. I realized Shisha was dead. Big surprise. Oh, Shisha. Big sadness. Okay. He's going crazy. He's going actually bipolar on stage right now. How does one bring a situation like this back under control? What is causing this emotional rampage? Okay. It's gonna be the cluttered table. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's the message, because that's what caused the big surprise to begin with, so. Probe. The Karuta cards. Yeah. Cards were the root of it all. The big surprise the second time around is when he saw the cards and rearranged them, which means he knows what the message meant. And was it him or was it someone else? Turnabout storyteller. It is so bad. It is. I'm so actively so fucking pissed off right now. It's the same ish as like the fourth case in the previous game with the fucking astronauts, man. I'm so salty. Call me Eldune's noodles the way I'm so fucking salty right now. Athena is a fucking idiot. She's getting bailed out by Blackquill at every corner. Literally, we started the case. I saw this image and I did like a full 10-minute analysis of like, there's something that's been dragged here across this flower. These buns have been opened. There's 2 glasses, which means presumably he was meeting with someone. The cards are stained differently, which means they were rearranged. Something is plugged in, something is unplugged. The TV is unplugged because the fridge light is on. I was running through all of this shit. I made all of these understand. I was like, there's a little divot here, presumably from the table leg, which means the table was moved. I made all of these, deductions. And now Athena is a blubbering idiot being held by the hand and hand-fed every single thing while she gets abused from Sadmari and Blackquill. It is so bad. I as the player, I'm being condescended to. I'm being condescended to by the prosecutor, who, by the way, why the fuck is he here? I said this earlier. Why the fuck is he here? It is May 13th. On May 10th, 3 days ago, is when the last trial ended in the Kingdom of Khura'in. And it ended with the high priest was a rebel, his wife was a rebel too. The Defense Culpability Act caused the priest to have to kill himself to try to cover up his wife's self-defense murder of a state-sanctioned assassin. And the revolution kicked off with an explosion. Fucking the wife, that's a rebel, and Dark were just hanging out, starting the revolution 3 days ago. And prosecutor Sadmati is like, I'm just gonna go to the US and prosecute a case for noodles and be all hoity-toity about it to Athena. And then Black Quill is also being a fucking asshole to me the whole time. And when they're being an asshole to Athena, they're being an asshole to me is the problem, right? And Athena is such an idiot. She gets taken by surprise by every little twist. They keep making assertions that aren't correct. And my God, from the start, when they were like, his pupil has one redeeming quality. Are you talking about Clown Girl? Because that was pretty nice. I'll say that. No, not her. Okay, well, still pretty nice. No, but I'm saying like when from the start, when Blackwell was like, and then Wendo entered, and 2 to 3 minutes later he screamed, which is why this other guy did it. I'm like, 2 to 3 minutes? If you walk into a fucking room that looks like this, you don't wait 2 to 3 minutes to scream murder. Right? There's a mess everywhere. Fridge is open. The fucking guy is slumped over with his head in a bowl of noodles, which maybe he wasn't at the time of death, we are finding out. Maybe he was knocked into it. But, dude, I was like, from the beginning, 2 to 3 minutes. What the fuck were you doing? The dying message that was left at the scene of the crime is what was causing your distress. Sure was. And if the dying message was the cause of all those feelings, it means something to you. Gotcha. Bye-bye. Owen and fourth. Yes. But Owen... I wonder if this somehow is supposed to mean Ueno. Sort of Owen and fourth. Sort of like put the O fourth and it becomes Ueno. Close to. Neither of these two words have anything to do with this witness. Topic warrants no further argument. Okay, shut the fuck up. My God, this guy is such a bad prosecutor. He's so used to like being in his kingdom and just whipping his dick out and everyone being like, you're so right. There may not seem to be any direct connection between Wendo and the message. For now. Wendo and the mysterious Owen fourth. Is this just some like Japanese clue that doesn't translate very well? There was something puzzling to me about Wendo's out of control emotions. 3 distinct reactions. Happy, sad, angry, upset. That was not 3 distinct, that was 4 distinct. Could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? Okay. Bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Sure. My theory is that he has multiple personalities. It's clear to me Wendo has dissociative identity disorder. Multiple personality disorder, a preposterous proposition indeed. How did she know? How'd she figure it out? There you go. There you go. Sadmati, you're gonna have to stay after class and write 1,000 times on the billboard, I am a putrid worm of a prosecutor. I've read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself. Blimey. Blimey is so fucking crazy. Blimey. Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities. Hey, you, lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? Okay. Each of them, please introduce themselves. And one of them's gonna be Owen, isn't it? Wendo Tornado, I'm a Rakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello, everyone. I'm Patches, the friendly jester here. Kisagawa, courtesan. There's one more. There's one more. Wendo, Patches, and Kisagawa. No. There's a fourth one. Straight up say I did great. Yeah. Come on. Give me a bit of praise. Infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I just said, do they have multiple personalities? And they said yes. Now that we know there are 3 personalities. A cliff. What are we talking about? What's a cliff? With a K. Certain piece of evidence has arisen. This now makes perfect sense. Two drink cans to can be used to monitor the stage. Okay. Confirmed alive is I'm very iffy on. They just heard him performing. Could have just as easily been Wendo performing his time soba routine on stage and being heard from the TV. Entering the room after Bucky left. Gato was outside feeding her dog a number of dumplings. Why the dumplings? Owen fourth is the one that I'm thinking. It's the thing that now makes perfect sense.
Take that!
That's right. The original dying message. We didn't have a clue as to Owen fourth. Isn't it possible Owen fourth actually means a secret fourth personality of Wendo's? Personality named Owen. He kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. For a different reason altogether. We're taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well, our reputation as a Rakugo artist would be tarnished. Would it? The one redeeming quality. Has it? Really? There is no fourth personality? No, he choked me? Blackquill. Choke me? Yeah, you did rearrange the cards. it is highly likely the witness rearranged the cards. Is it not also possible the accused killed Master Tornado? And then left that message in order to frame the witness. I think what happened, in fact, this is my theory of the events as they transpired. Okay? Listen to me. Listen to me, because you're going to be like, oh my god, this Gallium GG guy is so smart. So, on stage, Wendo is actually performing his master's Time Soba routine, which is what Black Quill and Geru heard from the hallway where they were waiting. They heard it inside the dressing room. They were like, oh, he must be rehearsing. Let's not bust in and interrupt. It was, in fact, the TV right next to the door playing what was going on stage. Then, in the room, something was happening that was killing this guy, or mayhaps the master was already dead. He died from suffocation, but there was nothing in his lungs. So I have two main ways he could have died because of that. One, something in the air, some sort of a gas, some sort of something that slowly removed the oxygen from the room until he just died. Alternatively, his face was pushed into some sort of pillow, something like that, something that wouldn't necessarily leave a mark on the body, but that would asphyxiate him all the same. Given that he had time to write out a dying message, I don't think it was the killer actively killing him. I do think my theory with the gas makes more sense. Then, the guy was just kind of knocked out, right? Appearing to be sleeping. My client comes in. There is a note that says resting, do not disturb. So my client just goes about, sets up his little soba making etceteras, sets it all up, right? And begins to make the soba. However, there is a lack of oxygen, gas, whatever it is in the room. And also, could it have been this bun that he ate? Maybe that suffocated him somehow? Maybe. I don't know. But that wouldn't really suffocate your lungs. That would be some kind of poisoning, and presumably that would be mentioned in the autopsy report. Anyway, continuing with my current theory. So my client was in there for 10 minutes, from 4:10 to 4:20. During that time, he started preparing the soba, but also there's a lack of oxygen in the room, which means he is slowly glowing, delirious, etc., etc. Also, this clown testified to the fact that he would always get mad at her because her perfume would get into the soba, or like, you know, the smell of it would get into the soba and hurt the soba. He's quite precious about his soba. So, there was something that smelled badly in the room, presumably this kind of gas, whatever it is, that was removing the air, the oxygen in the room. And this is why he was so mad and why they heard him be upset in the room during those 10 minutes, because he was maybe grumbling or whatever about the soba not, something getting in the soba, right? He leaves. This also kind of shows why he is appearing to be drunk. I don't think he is drunk. I think he is suffering from like the after effects of oxygen deprivation from being in that room for about 10 seconds. He's lightheaded. It appears as though drunkenness, but actually some sort of, you know, after effect of that. Then, Wendo exits the stage, finishes his show, comes into the dressing room, moves the TV back, turns off whatever is turning, you know, making the gas make that noise, rearranges the message, and then yells for help. That is my current theory. We'll see how it goes, but that is my current theory.
Silence.
Still, it doesn't Gato kind of comes in and then leaves very quickly in that theory. I feel like they would use that character more. You don't make a booba clown and only have her on the case for 5 minutes. No one outside the Tornado School knew about Wendo's multiple personalities. Witness was only in the dressing room for 2 to 3 minutes. I need Black Quill to sick his hawk on Nayuta, actually. New map pat? That's me, that's me. It's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
He was already dead.
Objection.
That spring chick memory of yours. Yeah, my client went in there for 10 minutes. But if there was a note that said, resting, do not disturb. Master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall. Yeah, the TV was playing Rakugo. That was happening on stage. Confirmed to still be alive. Again, it's these leaps in logic. He was not confirmed to be alive. There was Rakugo heard inside of the room. There can be Rakugo coming from the room and a dead body in the room. Those are compatible. They are not incompatible facts. And as we know, the TV was by the door, as was testified by this person. And as is pretty evidently shown by that big old track of flour going across. And I have to imagine the flour being spilled everywhere might also be some of this like side effect of the oxygen deprivation thing, right? Like he was getting ready to set everything up, but then he like started friggin' feeling lightheaded, spilled flour, left. And it is a known thing. It is a known thing. I don't know if they would go so deep into it, but under oxygen deprivation, under hypoxia, your personality gets erratic, and getting more aggressive than usual is not unknown. It's not unheard of. It happens. Rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of, yeah, it wasn't good. Really stunk up the stage, I did. Yet I have a perfect alibi. Yeah. If it went exactly like I say it went, I'm gonna fucking pop off, dude. The entire audience was my witness. The name's changing, but my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Okay, press, what was your performance? Let it go and move on. Yeah, Elsa. We fight to the bitter end. Let it go and move on. Never giving up. Well, you could, you foolish child. Words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. And he's gonna throw this at me and engulf my head, or oh my god, my whole freaking body. What's the big idea? A bit more inclined to give up. Never. Thank you. I don't give two flips about your beliefs. Fucking finally. Honestly, we need an asshole on our team. Everyone at the Write Anything agency is a fucking doormat, man. That's why we get these prosecutors coming in and being like, okay, well, we're done. And we have to be like, whoa, what about my cross-examination? We need an asshole that's like, hey, dude, judge, hold him in contempt of court for assaulting me. Secondly, hold him in contempt of court for trying to skip part of the trial. And also, I refuse to believe this motherfucker did not realize the stains on the cards did not match the fucking actual layout of the stain. Won't be able to eat good soba anymore. And Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach. I will never give up. Alright, cross-examination. Yep. Entire audience was my witness. My performance was a huge bust. What was your performance? Not sure it was my performance, or it was just that particular audience, or maybe it was the story I picked. Yeah. What did you perform? Time soba. Okay. Even if I might not get it, can't you try me? The story I performed is called Toki Soba. Time soba. Exactly. That's not the one you're supposed to perform that day. That's the one your master was supposed to perform. Look it up yourself. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. All that matters is that your master was supposed to perform that, and that is what they heard inside of the room, which is why they assumed he was alive in there. Yeah, whatever. Shippoku coming right up. Yeah, he's doing the whole performance. Customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he's done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. How much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mon, sir. I see. Sorry, but I only have small change on me. I'll count the coins into your palms. Could you hold out your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, sir. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Customer paid with coins, and then, yeah. Yeah. Whole thing and tries to do the same, but he bungles the trip and ends up paying more than 16. Uh-huh. Sure. He saved $1. $16 for a bowl of soba is crazy. Actually, in this economy, maybe not so crazy. But in 2016, pretty fucking crazy. Kind of petty, isn't it? Yeah.
Objection.
All that matters is that's not what he was supposed to perform. Anyway, yeah, whatever. Yes, Rakugo is so fucking funny. Add that to your test. Yeah, of course have it added. Okay. That's not what you're supposed to do. Your master was supposed to perform that. I don't think there's anything odd about it. In fact, you don't think it's odd. No, it is very relevant. Because his master was supposed to perform that. Contradicts the statement the witness just made. An invitation to the show sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Blackwell. Time soba was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. Why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do after that? The reason for that is, how do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. That's right, it was just a little joke. It's not a surprise, yeah. Hello, Athena. Welcome to the deduction I made 2 hours ago. Glad to have you. My god, these cases suck. Case 4 sucks so bad. Why did they write them like this? Okay, if something has occurred, lay it out for us. Yeah. Don't have a ton of confidence. What are you talking about? Even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail, the time of death.
Objection.
Testified the time of the victim. Nah, he testified. He is quite an idiot. And Apollo as well. And Phoenix as well. Which is crazy because Phoenix is supposed to be the veteran. He's supposed to be the Mia of these games, right? He's the mentor, leading them on, etc. He's as much of an idiot as they are. It sucks because I truly do feel like by the end of the original trilogy, Phoenix did have a bit more confidence in him. He had a bit more, you know, a bit more confidence in his walk and in his theories. And I remember, holy shit, dude, in 3.5, when we play as Edgeworth for a bit, it was such a breath of fresh air playing as an intelligent character. And we've been robbed of that ever since. And it sucks. It honestly sucks. This game or this saga falls flat in the sense that, like, they are trying to insert you in here, right? That's the whole point. You are playing as Athena, or you are playing as Apollo, or you are playing as Phoenix, right? So, like, they are the vehicle via which we are in the game. So Athena is me in this game. So in order for it to, you know, to accommodate a player who is discovering the story as we go, they are making Athena be an idiot who is discovering the story as she goes as well. But that completely disregards the player's ability to connect facts and make stories from that, you know? It completely throws that out. What to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room, the TV. What was happening on the stage? When you came to this dressing room, what was Wendo doing? Good, and it was. What you and Gator heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Wendo's performance, as heard through this TV monitor speakers. Needs difficulty settings? It's not even that it needs difficulty settings. It's that these Ace Attorney games, it's like the niche of player that likes Ace Attorney games is the kind of player that likes puzzle games, detective games, and yeah, sure, story games with a bunch of funny gay characters. Yeah. But that you can't have that without, you know, the puzzle and the deduction and the detective and the feeling like a big-brained, competent lawyer, right? Like, the story does shine because of its characters and of its kind of absurdity, but they're leaning on that so hard that they're kind of taking away completely the actual story element, that the actual detective element. They're making the characters and the absurdity so prevalent. They're trying to sell them. They're making mascots at this point. They're not making stories. So I, as the player, no longer get to feel smart because I'm not deducing anything. Like, in this game, I don't think we've had a deduction. We're in case 4, mind. We've had a single deduction that was as difficult as in case 1-1 having to look at, hey, she had been in Paris up until right before the time of death, which means the clock was 9 hours fast, aka 3 hours slow. We haven't had a deduction that was this difficult yet in this game, in case 4. In game 1-1, we had to like look at evidence and figure that out. In this game, we haven't had a single thing. Because we knew Master Tornado was scheduled to perform Time Soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time rehearsing. Belonged to you said you couldn't really tell. It was a little muffled. Because I heard Time Soba, I assumed it was Master Tornado.
Objection.
Where's your proof? Moved the TV back when he discovered the body. Because then someone might figure out the trick he'd been playing. One more thing about Wendo's actions that's suspicious. Flopped so badly on such an important occasion. Yeah, he wanted it to be a bad performance so the audience wouldn't react. Just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. The voice prosecutor Blackwell and Gator had heard was due to Wendo's scheming. Victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4. And now he's gonna be like, but your client entered the room for 10 minutes. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, there was a note that said resting, do not disturb. I confess. Uh-oh. I tampered with the crime scene. There we go. There we go. The Ace Attorney games are such great games at their core, but they keep letting themselves down with trying to sell us, like, you know, like, what is this guy? He's just like a twink with a legendary Overwatch skin on. Like this, there's more focus on trying to make distinctive characters than on making decent story, and then on making good puzzles. That's my problem with these games. And Case 4 brings it out in me, because Case 4 fucking sucks. This one, at least. God damn, dude. He tampered with a crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect. Thank you. Don't go outright and say he did it. I admit to messing with a dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you mess with it? Yeah. I refuse to answer that question. Okay. Wendo had absolutely no reason to murder Typho Tornado. The lore. I am so bad with the lore of Dark Souls games. It enters one ear and exits the other. Why would Wendo kill the man who recognized his skill and promoted him? Not aware of one other fact. Okay. Visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. The accused did? That's not what was testified. It was testified he visited from 4:10 to 4:20. Now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant. Okay. What was he doing? Do we need to get him to testify? Just so you know, Bucky never told me he had visited the Master before 4 p.m. Okay. Prosecutor Sadmati, please continue. You know of the soba making implements in the dressing room, correct? Yeah. I think this is for grinding the grist. Mix buckwheat flour and water, yeah. Then this to then cut it into noodles, and then this to boil it. Special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Okay. Yeah. Visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba making lesson, and that visit was before 4 p.m. After the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder. Why would he return to that room at a later time? Dude, he's cool as fuck. What soba? You're kid and caboodle when it comes to the noodles. He's cool as fuck. He brought the tech deck out. The reason I went back is because Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Yesterday, I brought noodle making tools to the dressing room at around 2 p.m. That's when Master Tornado ordered uncooked soda noodles to stock up on. Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. Got it, but the fridge was empty. There's just 2 cans of drink in it. 1 serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more. Yeah. That's right, Simey. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called him from the inner doorway. Just kept mumbling Rakugo lines for ages, so I got mad and went back to my soba shop. Swear I'm telling the truth, Ms. Chicken. Uh-oh. Get this man to the infirmary. Yep. He's clearly not feeling well, and I don't think he is drunk. I think he is suffering the after effects of whatever.
Objection.
About going to the room at around 2 p.m. is true. It falls within the victim's estimated time of death. Sure. Mr. White's statements are dubious and without proof. Sure. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. Okay. So it was 2 p.m. when he visited. So we have to prove that he wasn't dead by 2.
Silence.
Prosecutor Sad Monk. We still have something we need to question Wendo about. Still a hidden witness you have yet to question. Is it the fucking dog? Well, Owen, yeah, so true. 2 binding to the hemoglobin in the blood stronger than O2. Yeah, if it's carbon monoxide, that was my theory was it could either be that he died from, but it doesn't quite make sense. But if, actually, maybe it does make sense. If he came in at 2, delivered the soba making implements and left, someone could have come in, turned on the gas here to start the gas releasing, and then over time he would have just died from that. There's also, whenever there's something burning, you can make carbon monoxide out of it rather than carbon dioxide, typically by like smothering the flame so it has less oxygen to access, and instead of binding 2 oxygens to 1 carbon, it only binds 1, and then the carbon monoxide, you know, the silent killer. But it would be a little difficult to set that up, I think, with just what is available. Unless... Would the fridge come into play with it at all? The fridge was empty. But I don't know, like... I know the fridge has, what is it, CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons in it. But I think those are just generally toxic, bad for the atmosphere. I don't know how toxic they are to the human body. But you could sort of do something with that, I think. Not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this, Owen. Huh? What is that? Oh, that's the carbon monoxide. Got it. I was like, what? You throwing up gang signs in my chat right now? Maybe Owen did. Yeah. You've got another personality stashed away. That's enough. Witness has already stated he knows not of any Owen character. You tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Hee hee. Shut up, man. Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, that's a different story. Get him, Black Quill. You have any idea how dark and cold the prison cell is? Never trust Patches. What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are you? I will remain silent and that's it. You fool, you stay out of this. Uh-oh. He's kind of tearing apart the different personalities. Not the brightest bulb in that box you call a noggin, is he? Switch from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent. Proof he does know about Owen. Right, because he was lying about I don't know any Owen. And then I was like, if you do and you're lying, that's perjury. If you choose to remain silent, it's not perjury. And he's like, okay, I choose to remain silent.
Objection.
Dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor. You were leading the witness. There is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning. I thought prosecutors were right and beautiful and gorgeous and beloved by the Holy Mother. What happened to that? Wendo's definitely hiding something. I will allow the defense to proceed. Thank you. About Owen. Never met any personality named Owen. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. Didn't you have a different one where the fans are all, like, opened up? Treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture. We're always aware. Screw your courage, this stick in place. Yeah. I'm gonna press on like the we're always aware. It's taking a little long, but we're only 3 hours in, and I did take like a 20-minute break to do laundry, so not so bad so far. 3 of you weren't alert and aware. What would happen? What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. 3 share the same memories, but what if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours?
Objection.
Prove his existence. 4th wouldn't be a stretch. And I'm pretty sure with DID, new personalities can emerge over time, right? You don't have the fixed personalities that you just have. Dishonor this victim and this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see one, there are likely 30 in your home. Cockroaches. Well, you prove all three personalities became unconscious, as you say. Could render Wendo and the others unconscious. The alcohol? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just walk up with a fucking hammer. There are 2 glasses at the table.
Take that!
A sake. Sake. Wine brand like Camel. Rice wine. Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated, and it's not even wine. Silly girl. It's made of rice, and people get drunk from drinking it, right? He is so disappointed. My caramba. Everybody's so touchy about these things. Well, they matter to them. Made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. There were 2 glasses, yeah. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when Owen emerged. That's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see. So yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun, but since we really dislike sake, we said no thank you to that. Couldn't we check that with fingerprinting on the glasses? You see, I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. Well, the buns are from the same brand, so could they be alcoholic? Did you think I had not already done so? Okay. No trace of the witness having touched either of the glasses. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Yeah, you'd conk right out. Maybe I ate something that had sake in it as an ingredient. The manju bun from the same brand. Yeah. See, it's like they spoon feed it to you so fucking hard. The original trilogy would never. On case 4, the original trilogy would fucking never. He doesn't remember having had anything with sake in it, which means maybe he had something with sake in it without knowing it. Ha! Don't be so stupid. There are many ways one can have sake. It's not just drinking it, maybe eating it. You're right. Look at the evidence. Okay. Like, it's so fucking obvious, dude. It pisses me off.
Objection!
Apparently, that's not it. What the fuck? Why is that not it? I didn't drink any sake. What else? What else am I supposed to present if not the fucking this? These are also got camels on them?
Objection!
Okay, apparently that. Because it's not like you can see it fucking obviously here. My god. Light-headed child or a bit peckish? No. Isn't there something familiar about it? Yes. In fact, a dromedary, not a camel. Only one hump. Piece of the wrapping paper and the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. You may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but I believe the manju you ate caused you to fall unconscious. Sake. Much as that of something else in the room. Oh my god, point at the same object from last time. It's the camel pattern. It's a dromedary, guys. It's a dromedary. He didn't drink any sake, but he ate some. And a camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients. That's exactly what I'm claiming. And maybe the master did it on purpose. Bring out all the personalities and talk to them about it. Evaporate as they are steamed. It's added after the fact. Or what? I mean, you can inject it in after. Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple manju. We can test it easily enough. Seeing is believing. I will allow a test. Don't forget to get me one too. Damn, hell yeah. Yeah. Let's all just have some. Just this once, I'll acquiesce. Now, can Taka please attack Prosecutor Sadmati? Like, please. Pretty please. Pretty please. Okay. Save point at 3 hours in. This better not be a 6-hour trial. I've got places to be today. Point and click action. Basically. Definitely not 6 hours. Yeah. Again, it better not be. I've got places to be. I thought it'd be 3. Yeah, it's definitely not that short. Yeah. Scored it. Whoa, they arrived bitten already? Go ahead, eat up. You can't pressure him into it. Oh, that was delicious. Unique sweetness and the faint aroma of sake. I don't think anyone would pass out from eating something like this. Don't be ridiculous. Sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never... Well, if it could never, then let's see it. We're peer pressuring a guy into eating some alcohol. Yeah, I told you. It don't affect me in the slightest. Well, you might be a lightweight, but come on, nobody's that light. Seriously, nobody's got drunk off of one little... It's the fans in the hair are coming out one by one. And then the hair is gonna come undone, I bet. And then the fourth personality. Or? Oh, dang. Oh. Uh-oh. My name is Owen. 5. Oh, fuck. Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. Ah, fuck. Only thing a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. It is a child, but children do things without knowing. Just last game, they were accusing Athena of having inadvertently killed her mother when she was like 8. Even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? It's a 5-year-old, but it's not. It's a 5-year-old, but it's a 5-year-old in a 28-year-old man's body. Happy little accidents, exactly. Now that he is standing here before us, it is clear none of the Wendo personalities can be the killer. Oh. Do you know something about what happened to your master? Why'd you tell Auntie Athena what happened? I'm not scary. Look at Auntie's big smile. Pretty pleased with sugar on top? Okay. Shisha was super nice. He always played with me. So he knew about you, even though Wendo's other personalities don't know about you. Just like a real grandpa. I loved Shisha. Sadness so pure it's heartrending, but no discord. If he is the killer, he doesn't know it. Well, why would he lay out the message? Pin the blame on Bucky, yeah. Only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado, yeah. If Owen isn't the true culprit, the person who first laid out the cards... Gato, I guess? I don't know who it was that first laid out the Karuta cards. The true killer. Wendo's 5th personality. We just keep bringing up personalities like the magician trick where you like, here's a card and a card and a card and a card. We just start bringing out personalities. How quickly you move on to a new target. Yeah. It's the normal thing to do. We test a thing. It was wrong. We go on. I know I'm definitely not one. Before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yeah. Please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Karuta card's name when the scene was discovered? But then we found out the message originally read Owen 4th. The person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly Wendo. He already knew his master was dead. Yeah. Still on this. Yeah, still on this. It's day 46. Why are you so surprised I'm still on this? Reason Wendo rearranged the Karuta cards, moved through the TV, and moved the TV. He saw the Owen 4th message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime, so was trying to cover up for the 4th personality. Seems Owen and the other 3 personalities don't share the same memories. They are aware of each other, but the other 3 personalities don't know what Owen did. Wendo feared Owen had killed Master Tornado. He tried to hide Owen from us. This game, despite how good it is. What do you mean, despite how good it is? Wouldn't it be because of how good it is? Owen is but a 5-year-old child incapable of hurting a fly. Yeah, culprit must be somebody else. Text to speech?
Objection.
The hell? The only other person that knew about Wendo's personality, dissociative personality, is Gato.
Objection.
Bell, stick around. You're gonna see something crazy.
Objection!
Desperate. I saw it. There we go. I saw Shisho getting... Getting what? We must have Owen testify immediately. Did she kill him with a balloon? Okay, witness testimony. Let's hear it. Oh, don't start that. Don't start that. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. The moment of the murder, blood on his face, a knife. What are we talking about? I was so scared. He's trying to recall something frightening. Therapy time? Therapy time. Not Pretty Boy Phoenix anymore. No, I mean, Phoenix himself is still around, but he's no longer Pretty Boyed. No. He's just back in his regular suit. Therapy time. Wouldn't it be so cool if therapy was like this? They just analyze what you say and you're like, you're feeling a little sad when you think about that. Why is that? Okay, you're fixed now. Overwhelming sadness. Standing with the knife in his hand. But this is the big square knife you used to make the soba noodles. Blood was dripping onto Shisha's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. Okay, so the blood onto his face is probably what's making him so freaking sad. Right? I mean, the knife sure can be a little scary, but yeah. I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. It's probably the broth. We managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. Nuh-uh. Dripped down from the ceiling or something. He wasn't standing, he was lying down. Right? Thing that you and your cohorts do. The mind rotate you're thinking about? No, turn the case upside down. Do the little mind palace moment. You know what? I think rotate just might work perfectly after all. Rotate, yeah. Saw his master. Owen must have been lying on the floor. Right? Conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. All of the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. How blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. But how could blood have been dripping on his face? Like, whose blood? Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. Okay. Blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. Okay. Means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead or the big red clown nose. If I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? That he does. Sure. Conclusive evidence, he committed his murder. Nah. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. Don't even fret. Don't even fret, Athena. He didn't do it. It wasn't him. You dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No, we can. We can crawl out of this. Don't even worry. Athena, you're fine. You're fine. Literally. Running a corpse, that has to be illegal. I don't think he was dead yet. I think he was in the process of dying. He has that injury on his forehead. You don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, there's still more to unearth about what Owen saw. Right, everything she... The audience is so ready to give up on you every time.
Silence.
You having doubts about Bucky's innocence? No. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. All the cards are stacked against this. Yeah, like every time. Oh my god. An injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Who are you to Bucky? I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer. Do your duty and believe in him until the very end. Oh damn. Oh damn. Simon Blackwell choking me. POV. I know the girlies went crazy for this one. I'm fighting in my courtroom. Let's skip the rest of this case. Alright, hit the autoplay, guys. Hit the showers. Okay. Thank you, prosecutor. Yeah, whatever. Continue the therapy. Bleeding from their head. Smooshing something into Shisha's face. The soba fucking dough, I bet. Oh my god. They used the soba dough to smother his face. And then they turned it into noodles and cooked it. The murder weapon is the noodles. I don't sense any inconsistencies. What's up with his lighting? The outside is illuminating me. There don't seem to be any contradiction in this testimony itself. Why is this bad lighting? You don't like it? I kind of like this lighting. I kind of like getting the sun in, cracking the windows open. It's making you focus too much on his feelings. Yeah. It's what they were pressing on his face. I'm glowing beautifully. Sure hope I do. I moisturized today. What Owen is being vague about. Something was being pressed into his face. Smooshing something in his face. Present with like somebody was smooshing something in his face. Yeah, he's being vague about what was being smooshed in his face, as evidenced by the fact that it is blue and fucking flickering as opposed to everything else. But how do I present this as evidence? It's certainly not this. Certainly not this. The dumplings. Oh my god. Is it the dumplings? That she turned it into dumplings instead of soba? Yeah, that's not it. That's not it. Suffocation. Nothing was found in his lungs. I'm assuming this is the closest thing I have to presenting what is being...
Objection!
I don't think that's it. Okay. Don't make the witness cry. Yeah, whatever. Pressing something against his face contradicts how he was found, I guess.
Objection!
Okay, sure. Definitely contradicts something about the body, yeah. murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Why are you Athena? Phoenix Wright is in a different country, helping out Maya and kind of helping-ish the revolution happen. And Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. So we're Athena right now. So far, by the way, we're in case 4 out of 5 base game cases, and we've played Apollo in one of them. This is Apollo's trilogy. Truly Apollo's trilogy. I spy nothing of the sort. Yeah, because in that country, they introduced a law that's the Defense Culpability Act, where if you're a defense attorney and you defend a criminal and the criminal is found guilty, you are found to have been aiding and abetting the criminal, and you get the same sentence that the criminal had. So all the defense attorneys have basically stopped doing their job or been put into jail or executed or gone into hiding. And Phoenix was just visiting. He saw injustice happening. He became a defense attorney, and they had their first not guilty verdict in 23 years because of him. And he's kind of shaking things up around there. It's just a really fucked up country. And this guy is from that country, and he's a real fucking asshole. I really hate him. God, I hate him. Where's this murder weapon? No longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. The noodles.
Take that!
How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? It was dough. The murder weapon was raw soba dough. Thank you. So, okay, my theory was kind of wildly off the mark, but not so wildly off the mark. It had good bones. I was just letting the soul of the victim know. The accused will finally face justice thanks to the foolish lawyer before me. Why? Because it's like soba dough and my guy is a soba fucking shop owner. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. Weapon he used to suffocate the victim with was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles. I don't think he turned it into noodles. He had one last set of noodles in his fridge, which was used to make those noodles. They were turned into dumplings. Which is what she then fed the dog. Into the bowl of soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped into the victim's face from his own. Everyone said Mr. Wet was the culprit. It's not that they were turned into noodles. They were turned into dumplings. But I wouldn't have known about Oendo's Owen personality. Master Tornado cared for the boy. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Doesn't matter how small of a detail anything will do. I'm sorry, Owen. Naughty Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. Yeah, you have to really be careful with this guy. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. When I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Did you remember? I don't know who it was. Okay, there's something there. We are analyzing the dreams of a child. You don't like it because we're getting somewhere. I like whenever Athena is like, hey, there's still discord in the heart. The judge is like, fuck, there's discord in the heart. Go ahead. No questions here. Go ahead. Every time the judge is like all in with this new age weirdo analytical psychology thing. Like, yeah, use your little fancy little screens. Do it, do it. On his face. Okay, sadness, fear, surprise. Yeah. Soba noodles. Yeah. He was on the floor and somebody was smooshing dough into his face. Fear, surprise. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. Okay. When I woke up, the person who killed Shisha was standing over me. But you're a little happy because you recognize him. Now you're saying forehead cut? It could be she has a cut on her forehead because the fringe does hide it. Oh, and experienced a positive feeling of relief. It's only natural he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. I love the smell of that perfume. Perfume. My client hates perfume. Smell of... Yep. It was too much. It was too much. But perfume, you said. We know who it is. We know who it is. It was the clown girl, Judge. It was the clown girl, Your Honor. Certainly have their hands full today. Yeah. The opinion of this humble servant, that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. Scent of the hair product the accused uses. But no, because we already had statement from the clown girl. Gato. Cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. Only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused and no other. That's true. Do we have a statement that's like he still had one set of noodles in the fridge? He doesn't. That's crazy. Is Bucky back? Yep. So is he for real just drunk then? Was he the other one that was having this? Also, your drunk is lasting you over a day? Holy crap. Anything with a smell. If I wore something like that, the smell again into the soba. Boom, check it. He doing tricks? He's giving everyone some food. Hell yeah, dude. Aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You'd think I'd let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see. Strictly for examination purposes, of course. What if we all got poisoned? What if we all got poisoned right now? It was delightful. Well, I'm satisfied there are no traces of hair products or perfumes. Yeah. Reminds me of a dish we have in Korean called banupun. Yeah, whatever you say, dude. The judge, you can always bribe this judge with some food. Angel Star with her lunches. My god, those lunches looked fucking good. Don't you think so, Simon? Still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Uh-oh. Rest? Hey, I ain't a lump of plain old weedy udon dough, you know? I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. That, they keep bringing that up, and I wonder if that's going to be relevant or not. I'm hoping no, but then again. Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume spell. Yeah. Only one person that comes to mind. There's only like 6 people total. You would throw suspicion on Geru now because of a scent. There's no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. True. He's not interested in such things. Call her up. Call her up. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I believe it's appropriate to ask Gary some questions given the circumstances. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Oh, baby. Judge is real horny, too. Thank you for calling this disciple of the native school of Rakugo back for an encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geiru Tornado. Balloon. Oh boy. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? And I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely defeated. First of all, can we see your forehead? And also, can you remove your clown nose? Well, you didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? You were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. You mean I'm a suspect now? I often played with him at Shisho's request. Okay. You could have left that fake dying message. Because I wear perfume and know Owen, you think I'm a murderer? Outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Owen's testimony is still, hey, it's easy enough. Get her to remove the nose and show us the forehead. It's okay, I guess I'll be going now. Nuh-uh. Black Quill, you tell him what for. Oi, Geru? You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? What are you doing leaving halfway through? There it is. Forehead injury. Since we know Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere. I didn't, but I had to take a chance and see for myself. The scent of perfume and injury on the forehead. There we go. Some sort of violation. Probably, yeah. Mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Geru. Yes, I am. Should your accusation prove to be false, hope you're prepared to pay the price. You'll see to it you never stand in court of law again. Well, he's not even a prosecutor in this country, so... yeah, I'll never stand in a court of law in the Kingdom of Khura'in. Not that I want to fucking go there, dude. It sucks. Into the deep end with you. Yeah, I'm indicting her. Of course I am. You'll have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pit of hell. He's always throwing religion into it. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Wet. It was Geiru Tornado. Just from a silly slip I made while cooking yesterday. What were you cooking? What can I say? That's what happened. But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisha was found dead. If you don't believe me, then with a twisty twist, What is she gonna make now? And Balloon, there you have it, an adorable little kitty. What's that got to do with anything? Yeah, prosecutors should care about the truth. Exactly, they work for the government. For me, it's important that my client is, you know, it's one of those where it's like, they've turned a metric into a goal, which has fucked up the system, right? They've turned the metric of did the prosecutor win or lose the case into a goal. That is not a cat. That is a really fucked up cat. Well, this is supposed to be a dog, so, you know. I'm meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a great Rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. She should have told me to do balloon art instead. Poppy playtime asset. Honestly, that collar scheme, yeah. Yeah, I'm suspecting you. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. Dead set on accusing me. Yep. That is motive right there, yeah. Twisty twist twist. I'ma cut you, witch. Go ahead and make me testify all you want. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. When her like big blow up animation, her boobs are gonna turn out to actually be balloons and they're gonna deflate or pop. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Lil? Really? What? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where did you see little like that? Huh? It's a guy I trust. Even better. Is everybody in the Tato school like this? Apparently. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Chisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. Saw the note Chisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him. Ah. Perfume Owen smelled must have been left over for when I visited. That's what he sounds like gay. Nah, it's Gaydu because it's Gale. And then the other guy is Wendo because it's like wind. And then this guy's is, what was the victim's name? Taifu, like typhoon. Tornado. They're all just named after winds. I don't know why, but they are. Just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Yeah. We're just gonna have to press, I think, right now. They did not have to give her jiggle physics like that. God damn. Yeah. Courtesy call after my act. Got it. Come to think of it, Wendo mentioned making the same kind of visit. Yeah. That's just common courtesy with us Rakugo artists and entertainers. Okay. What did you see at that time before? Having a drink and getting himself into a festive mood. He liked to say drinking gave him a silver tongue. He was already drinking by then. Yeah. Wendo wasn't there in the dressing room yet. He must have gone in there during my act, because when I went back... Oh my god, the clown nose has jiggle physics. Damn, girl. What'd that nose do? Chisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. Okay. Both stretched out on the floor, snoozing away. Matches up with what Owen said in his testimony. Okay. How could you tell it was Owen? Known the guy for ages. One look at his face, I knew which one I'm dealing with. Okay. Got it. The note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him. I don't know, can't remember. There was the sake and the half-eaten manju on the table. I didn't see anything else out of place. Is the note? The note is over top of the trail that the TV made. So the note was moved. Was that a fact? What do you think? Didn't change anything around while you were in there. Didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling you, I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Yeah, add that into the testimony. Okay. Didn't see anything at all unusual or out of place anywhere around the victim. There's the Kuruda things. There's the fridge open, which is a little unusual, but we don't know if that was the case. There's also all the flour sprinkled everywhere. Didn't touch anything at all in the dressing room. Wendo immediately saw when he checked the victim's body. It wasn't there yet. The TV? Well, yeah, he moved it. What are you talking about? There was something. Okay. The soba making equipment was already there in the room. Bucky must have been there in the dressing room before me. That strikes me as a little strange on its own. I think Gary would have noticed it. Who left it? Then we must ask who did. Just gonna present the crime scene, right?
Objection!
Yeah. Didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You didn't touch anything in the dressing room. I wonder who left that dying message with the Kuruda cards. Because only 3 people knew of Wendo's personalities. Wendo, your master, and you. Yep. He would have spelled out Owen. He would have spelled out Wendo. Member of the Tornado School, you knew about Owen.
Objection.
Act guilty challenge. And when you enter an act guilty challenge and the competition is Gay to Tornado. Cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth. Yeah, whatever. Playtime is over. Okay. As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. Victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. What is the reason? Because here it comes. Show me what? Oh. What happened? I'm allergic to buckwheat. Okay. So there you go. So you held it over his fucking face, and you're allergic to it. Yeah. Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room. He's lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air. Managed to escape with just a mild reaction. In your hands, though. Yeah, as he was being carried away. Yeah, as he was being carried away. I had a seizure, and it'd have been good night, Gato. It is so long, dude. That's why you never mentioned her allergy. Yeah. Simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness. Yeah, whatever. God, this dude is such an asshole. Such a hypocrite. That's what really gets me about these bad characters. Yeah, testify. Go ahead. Look at the fucking physics, man. The physics. You get an allergic reaction with that much soba flour in the air. That room could have literally killed me. Must be soba broth on his clothes. I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. He did not know. What is the point of this case? What is the point of this case? It's not a backstory case like case 4s normally are. So what is the point of this case? Is it literally just a little side quest? Was there soba flour in the air? Better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. Would have suffocated to death. Could have also happened from holding. Yeah. Yeah. You're not allergic to dogs. You have a dog. All right, fine. Because I touched Shisho. Does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth? Oh, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh. Anything that has soba in it, or anything that has touched soba, is like poison to me. Okay. I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Objection.
Nah. Come on. Don't be stupid. Can't go around suggesting new premises without basis. Yeah. She seems to be telling the truth about the buckwheat allergy. Make one. Have to do something, anything. Was there soba in the air at the time, though? Or was there soba in his clothes? Do we have anywhere that shows? Two drink cans in the fridge. Room is covered in soba flour. Like, I don't know if there was soba in the air at the time, though. A number of dumplings. Yep. Is the dumplings thing what we're talking about?
Objection!
No, it's not. Okay. I mean, I know that's what it's gonna end up. That she made it into dumplings, not into noodles. I am at 1 health. I have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to do here. Truly, I have no foothold. I don't know if there must have been soba broth. I'm gonna save because I am at 1 health. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. I don't think there was. This is nothing at this point. This is also nothing at this point. This doesn't really show that there was soba broth on the clothes. Autopsy report? Nothing was found in the lungs, but that's it. I don't think there is soba broth on the clothes, but I can't prove or disprove it.
Objection!
Alright, that's not it. I'm gonna go ahead and load, because otherwise we got a bad ending. Never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. How much soba flour in the air? That room could have literally killed me.
Objection!
That's not it. I'm so confused. 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 It's definitely not this. It's definitely not this. Suffocation, whatever. What evidence can be relevant to her buckwheat allergy? A crime scene, maybe. What statements can be relevant? A room could have literally killed me. I got an allergic reaction. I don't think that's a wrong statement. That room could have literally killed me. Just touching Sisho's body caused this much damage. Must have been soba broth on his clothes. I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Objection!
I'm so confused, man. I'm actually so confused right now. There's no logical connection between anything she's saying and any of my evidence.
Hold it!
Okay. I just needed to press all the statements. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Okay. Turn to thinking upside down. Mind Palace. Worst of times and where lawyers have to force their biggest smiles, baby. Time for the big twist. Time for Mind Palace. Mind palacing these nuts. Uh-huh. Figure out how Geru could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction. Fresh. The 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat fresh. Etc. Yeah. I'm allergic to buckwheat. Okay. Certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means. The resting was the dough, not the person. Okay, but the dough is not supposed to rest, right? It's fresh. What if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? Yep. The dough is resting.
Take that!
Witness's allergy in that note. This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, but rather it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it. As Bucky told us, you don't let soba dough rest. Was not making soba noodles. Or what? Okay. He's definitely not making soba noodles. I don't think he was making udon noodles, though. Was he? He was not making anything. Okay. He was making udon, I guess. Oh, is the difference the noodles that he gets delivered, are they udon noodles? Is that what it is? He was not making buckwheat noodles, he was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Why is that a big shock? Plain old wheat flour for udon. Totally possible Geirug to be in that room and kill her master. Defense request the flour in the room be tested. Why are you against it? Why are you against it? Why are you against it? How do you explain those things? Still cannot prove Geirug committed the crime. She got the reaction in her hand because she cooked the soba noodles. The last soba noodles. All right, Mind Palace. Mind Palacing these nuts. Let's go. Okay. Making in his dressing room. Udon. We know this. We've just come to that conclusion. That's not new. That's not Mind Palace worthy. Must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. Something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. The fact that he had soba in the bowl. Soba noodles were found at the scene. Someone cooked them. He had one remaining serving of soda noodles from the fridge for the master soba stock. Culprit got up her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl. To hide the udon dough, she turned it into something else. Must have taken udon with her to hide it. Were the people that made these games very hungry? Because this is like the second noodle-centric case we have had in this trilogy. Why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? Because she killed him with the udon dough. Why is this a big revelation? They were like, didn't they just say, this is, wait, am I going crazy? This is not a big shock. Like, yeah, but like, this is not a big shock. They were like, he was killed with the soba dough that he was making. Then we're like, wait, he wasn't making soda. He was making udon. Why is it such a big shock? The murder weapon was udon dough. Yeah, if he wasn't making soda, he was making udon. So with the dough he was killed with was the dough he was working on, which was the udon dough. Yeah, that makes sense. That fucking changes nothing. Got rid of the dough. She turned it into dumplings, fed it to her dog. But the dog buried some of it in the yard. She's gonna be like, even if you did, you can't prove it. The murder weapon disappeared. And it's like, nuh-uh.
Objection.
Could find this dough. What makes you think it would prove she is the one? Her blood is in it. Gator's blood must have dripped down onto the dough, used as the murder weapon. I know, it's just not a big revelation. It's not that big a deal. Where is this conclusive evidence? The dough is nowhere. She fed it to the dog. Nice barking you did there. I assume you see, it's like, they lead you to water and then they grab your face and they're like, drink, motherfucker, drink. Here's the answer, barking and bite. You know what does that? It's dogs. It's dog, you motherfucker. You get it. My God. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Let me think for like a little bit myself. Like a little bit myself. Just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Yeah. Gator got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. Ran in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. Like Gator, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Judge Jugamu more than he could possibly finish. Yeah. Buried dough. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. Nah, dude. I wouldn't have. By your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena. So it's like an even 4 hours. One of the balloons would go pop. The truth is that, and looks to me, your balloon that goes pop. And him again, of course. Every time he gets fucking owned. And every time he comes back. I'm a Rakugo artist. I was the one who was supposed to inherit that name. Oh, was that name your father's name? Your father used to be Bueno. Where are my balloons bursting? I've been a bad girl. Yep. Yep. Called it. Called it. Oh. Whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place, to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name, Wendo, sorry. No, I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought if I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisho wanted, I'd inherit the name someday. But he gave the name to the other guy. Took my revenge on Shisho during the show, celebrating the name succession. Hearing my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Because I wanted to pay Wendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. Pinned the blame on him at the show where all the tornado finds were gathered. Now we know the whole story. Did you know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room? When I saw the Soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy, but it was the chance to do it, so did it anyway. From when you cooked the Soba? Yeah. By that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Yeah. What you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, his heart. Another L for Prosecutor Sadmati. Tally it up. Tally it up, boys. Another L for Prosecutor Sadmati. So what is the fucking point of this case, by the way, then? What is the point of this case? It doesn't introduce news. It's a self-contained case. It's pure filler. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? That's so fucked up. Miss Athena Sykes. How many L's has it been? Well, it's case 4, so 3, because case 1 was against Gaspin Payne. Athena was being neglected. Yeah, but they could have made it something along the lines of it could have been like a Mason system thing where you play as Athena, like going back to the case 23 years ago or something like that, you know? It could have been something like that. Or you could it could be any number of things. Athena could be involved without having a case where Prosecutor Sadmati takes a break from his country, which is in the middle of a revolution. Let's not forget. Takes a break from his country, which is in the middle of a revolution, to then go to Japan / the US to prosecute a case, a Soba-centric Rakugo case, and then go back and presumably be in the middle of the insurgent revolution. You know, it's just so clumsy. It doesn't fit into the game. I get it's like you need to, it doesn't need to be a 5-case game. You can just make it a 4-case game. And then for the 4th case, maybe Athena comes over. And then we're all there and we're all working together. That could be it. Just make it a longer case 4. Make it a 3-day case 4 that's actually interesting. And then Athena is involved. That could happen. That's all I ask, Prosecutor Sadmati. Don't be thankful just because that's another thing. There's always this trope, and in the other games it's been handled better. But I feel like in the past 2 games, Blackquill and Sadmati, they never had any character growth. Blackquill is still an asshole, and he still belittles everyone, and he's still sardonic as fuck. And Sadmati has always thought he's so much better than everyone else. Edgeworth, Franziska, Gavin, who else? Prosecutor Game 3. In the original trilogy, who was Prosecutor in Game 3? Because it's Edgeworth, then Franziska. Who am I forgetting? Is there a 3rd Prosecutor? Oh, Godot! So fucking true. So fucking true. My bad. Godot. I did forget about him. Shit. and like those three, and Clavier Gavin in 3-1. Sorry, not in 3-1. In game 4. Sorry, in those trilogies, they all have character growth, and even in fucking Investigations 2, Eustace Winter has character growth, right? Like it's and like these prosecutors in these past two games have just been assholes for being an asshole's sake. Francisca does grow. Francisca does grow. She starts being like, I am so superior to everyone, and etc. etc. But her like calling people fools turns from like, you are a fool because I am so much better than you, to you are a fool, I expect better from you. You know, like I recognize you now, so when you act like an idiot, I gotta punish you for it. She kind of makes that switch. And she definitely grows to care for Gumshoe. And she starts helping us out even in some games, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. In 3-5, doesn't she come in to prosecute or something? I forget what the deal was. No, it wasn't that. It's in one of the investigations games. But anyway, like she 4 games to get there. Ish, even within the same game. Within the same game, I would say she develops, you know? She starts to lose and she grows with that. Like she wasn't ever as abrasive and as much of an asshole as Blackquill or Sadmati are. Sadmati and Blackquill are just adversarial little shits the whole time for no reason. Francisca, I feel like at the core of Francisca's character is, I strive to be good, I strive to be better, and you as my rival, once I recognize you as my rival, need to be better as well. At the core of Blackwill's character, there is just, I don't respect you. At the core of Sadmati's character, there is just, I don't respect you. And they haven't changed at all during the game. Even Blackquill is still the same. They're trying the formula. They're trying to follow the formula where the prosecutor starts being a rival, sort of like pure enemy, then rival, then sort of uneasy ally who helps you out sometimes, like Blackquill was helping us out right now. But the formula doesn't work if the character hasn't put in the work to become beloved by us. Blackquill showing up and just being an asshole again and ending the previous game as an asshole helps no one. It doesn't when he shows up again, it doesn't feel like, oh fuck yeah, a team up. It feels like, oh, this condescending little shit is here to make me feel bad. And Sadmati has been the same the whole time, with the added, it rubs me the wrong way extra with him, because the people who use their beliefs as a means to an end and are hypocritical about them, especially religious beliefs, really rub me the wrong way. And he's doing that the whole time. Anyway, I feel pretty strongly about this, as you can tell. But like, do you get where I'm coming from with this? Like, these last two prosecutors, main antagonist prosecutors, have felt like an attempt to fit the mold without understanding what you're baking, you know? They've taken what should be the recipe, prosecutor who is mean, has a tragic backstory, somehow related to one of the characters, or one of the characters' past, more to the point. So like Edgeworth being Phoenix's childhood friend, Francisca being Edgeworth's a sort of adoptive sister and the child of the mentor. who we also had a hand in putting away. So like she is linked to us. Godot being Mia's ex-boyfriend slash partner at the firm, who like has expectations for us and is disappointed in us because we let her die. Which again, not a great take because I mean it's not on any man in a woman's life to protect her from anything and everything. They have their own power and their own agency, etc. Ooh, corner hit, by the way. Anyway, but like, how many of the original writers did this one? I don't know, but I know that the original, like the main guy, Shu Takumi, did the first 3 games and game 1 in in this trilogy. He was not involved in these last 2 games, which are the 2 games which I am mainly involved, like that I mainly have problems in. So, yeah, I think it kind of follows that I'm having issues like this because they are there's a lack of understanding what the series should be at its core. They're just throwing in higher stakes, higher new gimmicks, like this guy has the bracelet and she has the psychology. They're throwing in all of like the seance, they're fun gimmicks, but it's just padding things on top of a shape that you don't know what it is. The core of the game has to be strong, and I don't think it's very strong with these past 2 games. The what this game really shines in is the personalities of the characters, but you haven't given me characters that I grow alongside. Phoenix is back to being exactly how he was, even, forget like before the time skip. He's basically back to how he was in 1-1. Like he's basically back to flying by the seat of his pants, bluffing at everything, doesn't really know what is happening. Apollo is just loud and optimistic. He had his little edgelord moment, but then he completely recovered, and he's just a baby Phoenix in pretty much every way. Athena is much of a muchness. She also is just loud and proud and just bluffing her way through everything. They don't have different specialties. They are the same character, just painted from like in a different art style, basically. But they are the same character. They're just defense attorney, strongly believes in their client, never gonna give up, never gonna surrender, loud as hell, and always taken aback, always on the back foot, always a fucking doormat for all these prosecutors. And the prosecutors are all also just, they're just worse. Like the characters around Phoenix. I understand making Phoenix a bit of a bland character, or the main character a bit of a bland character, because it's ultimately a self-insert, right? If the main character has a very strongly defined personality, if it's not matching with my personality, I'm not going to feel represented in this game. I'm not going to feel as invested in the game. So I understand if the main character has to have weaker personality, but that needs to be made up by the other characters in the game. But the other characters in the game need to have not just a different personality, but also a vibrant personality. It needs to be a personality that you can connect to. And I feel like a lot of the characters that are mainly involved don't really have that so much. Like we just kind of lose all of that. It's especially hurt by the way we don't really have, like, Gavin has barely showed up. He showed up in like that one Academy case in the previous game, but that's barely has showed up anymore. So we haven't really been able to follow through with him. Black Quill showed up just now, but again, he's still an asshole and he hasn't really changed as a person. the main characters, you know, I understand if you want to make the witnesses in a specific case a gimmick, you know, their names are fucking crazy, their personalities are weird, because we only see them for one case. So it's hard for them to overstay their welcome. They're here for one case and then they're gone. But when that happens with your main characters, and I'm talking about Black Quill, he's got the Hawk. The Hawk's gonna attack you. He's got the handcuffs, which are going to slam down. He's an asshole the whole time. He's never gonna take you seriously. He's gonna belittle you the whole time, and he's not going to recognize you at any point. He's not going to be like, you know, I finally see you as a true lawyer. You can stand on your own 2 feet. The detective Emma Skye, while it is nice to have, you know, Emma and see her as she has developed since 1.5, she is very much a gimmick character. They haven't given her a lot of depth. She is a detective who loves forensics. She eats snackoos, and that's all we know. It's just, I feel like these last 2 games have really let me down in that aspect. Anyway, let's finish the case. Sorry, I just kind of launched into such a long tirade, but I hope you see where I'm coming from. And if you disagree, please do say so, and I'm happy to talk about it. Maybe not at length today because I have somewhere to be in a bit, but I really just yapped about this for about 10, 15 minutes. Goddamn. Whoa, sorry. Are you not drunk anymore? Good. Seems you have made a full recovery. I am here for the monologue. Well, I feel like when I play these games, I don't get a lot of opportunities to also outright talk and inject my personality because I'm doing a lot of just reading what the characters are saying and then just trying to make deductions about the case. It's not like playing Isaac, where the game is played and then I talk, but those 2 things happen separately, and I can just yap and yap and yap and yap. So now that I had leave to express myself, I just fucking launched, you know? Alright, what now? So I'm glad you were found innocent. Alright, thanks for everything, Miss Chickadee. Need a window have it out for you or something. I think you were just convenient. He saw the Soba themed cards. Stopped in at Wendo's questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim. I wish some of the characters that we grew to love in the original game would have shown up here. Maybe not like as long-term characters, but like if Gumshoe had been chief of police, I think that would have been fun. You know, he would have been a little clumsy still, but maybe having him grown up a little would have been fun. Lotta Hart, Wendy Oldbag, all of these well-beloved characters, which, need I remind you, showed up across all 3 original trilogy games. We haven't really had side characters like that in this trilogy. We haven't really had side characters that show up consistently. So it does also hurt the game, because it's like you're just constantly thrust into a lot of new characters, which, let's be honest, are a lot. Like, let's just look at the freaking characters in this one. Taifu Tornado, a fucking Rakugo storyteller, named after some kind of a wind. Bucky Wet, a guy who makes soba out of buckwheat. His hair looks like soba. Geiru Tornado, balloon artist. She is a clown. She's also named after wind. Wendo Tornado, named after wind. Another Rakugo storyteller with multiple personalities, or I guess dissociative identity disorder. She is 34. Yeah. It's... all the characters are such caricatures, and that's fine. It's fine if they're caricatures, but you gotta have, like, I think not having those consistent side characters is really hurting. More important note, what I really want to know is, why didn't Master Tornado let Gator inherit her father's name? Go with the flow now, come on. I think the master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Gator to find her own calling in life, to perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name or Rakugo. Making Udon wise way of really? I'm sorry, what? Making Udon was his way of showing his support for her? Does it have some kind of meaning in Japanese that I'm not familiar with, or is it just some, like, bullshit? A more roundabout way I've never seen, but that's Master Tornado for you. Gator wasn't the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheer on, even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. Criticize my Soba. How much Tornado cared about him. What, the title deed that hasn't fucking shown up at all in the trial, so that's gotta be relevant. Whose name is on there as the holder of this title deed. Just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner. He was just an asshole, huh? So that guy was just an asshole, got it. Probably used some tough love on you, so the shop. I see why you get along with him, you fucking psycho. See, like, every character is such a caricature. Like, that's fine if you get a bit of a break and a bit of reality sometimes. Pay him back by living up to his expectations. And you too, Miss Chickadee. One day my soba's gonna be so good it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. Wet noodle number 4. I'd better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get back ready for their lunch rush. Order for delivery. Deliver a bowl of udon to Geru on behalf of her master. That's maybe a little fucked up. That's maybe a little fucked up, Athena. That could be like showboating if I had to guess. I'll bring the whole agency with me. What happens to Eldoon's noodles, dude? We're jumping ship? We're up with another noodle shop now? The best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out. Wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case. I doubt it. You're gonna go back to being a doormat. Trial would have been a spectacle and a half had I not been... See, exactly. He's just being an asshole. For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. No. I'm gonna disagree, though? No, I'm not gonna disagree, but it's not a problem with... It's not a problem with Athena, it's a problem with the writers of the game. In my best interest for you to remain green forever. Weren't you the one who had the pool pulled over your eyes by Wendo? Yeah. Just thought of something funny. Oh god. Okay, here it is. In time soba, why didn't Mon number 9 get counted? Do you know? Guess 7, 8, 9. Thank you, widget. I'll treat you to 50% of the tab, and don't forget, you still owe me for that manju. Quit squawking and start walking, Athena. Aye, aye. Wait for me. What a fucking bad case. Just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon, I'm gonna get there someday. Je peux le faire. I can do this. Okay, Dora the Explorer. It really does not. It completely takes the wind out of the sails of the other cases, too. Case 1, case 2, case 3 are all kind of building up, stacking up, you know. Even if case 2 was the Trucy murder, which wasn't all that related to what was happening in Khura'in. It's our first encounter with Prosecutor Sadmati. It kind of links Apollo and I forget his name, Prosecutor Sadmati. I forget his first name. Hang on. I'm sure you've said fuck him at some point near here. What's his fucking name again? Nayuta? Yeah. Like, Prosecutor Sadmati is the first time we meet him, it's the first, etc. Case 3, everything's ramping up, the situation in Khura'in's getting out of hand, Phoenix, etc., etc. Case 4, a clown killed a performer with noodles. And also, Prosecutor Sadmati is here for some fucking reason. Case 5, back to the fucking revolution. Yeah, Turnabout Revolution, there you go. The literal last case in this game. I'm not searching it up. I wasn't looking it up on the internet. I was just scrolling up on the chat because I know you've said fuck Nayuta at some point in this stream. So I was just looking for that. Yeah, fuck you, Nayuta. There it is. That's what I wasn't scrolling online. I was scrolling up the chat to find the first name of the prosecutor. Anyway, this case, which was supposed to be short, got a little long on account of I was yapping for a bit. But let's see, who shall we raid out to? Is someone live right now? Someone live right now. No one go anywhere. I'm keeping an eye on you. You nasty boys. Okay, let's see if they're live. Let's see if they're live. Bay Panda, Assassin's Creed Mirage. All right, let's raid out to them. Stick around for that. Pretty please with a cherry on top. In the meantime, I've been Gallium GG. I don't imagine I'm gonna be live tomorrow because I have a lot of tests and presentations and etc. due at the start of the week. If I am gonna be live, I'm gonna mention it in the Discord, but assume no stream tomorrow. This is gonna go on the YouTube, and see you next time. Bye bye.